In my dream, the girl was drifting, far, far below the crashing waves and the cries of the gulls, in the cold, sunless depths of the North Sea. Her laughing eyes were white and bloated with salt water. Her pale skin was wrinkled, her clothes ripped by jagged rocks and disintegrating into rags. Only her long black hair remained, floating through the water like fronds of dark seaweed, tangling in shells and fishing nets, washing up on the shore in hanks like frayed rope. Where it lay limp, the roar of the crashing waves against the shingle filling my ears. I woke, heavy with dread. It took me a while to remember where I was, and still longer to realize that the roar in my ears was not part of the dream, but real. The room was dark, with the same damp mist I'd felt in my dream, and as I pulled myself to sitting, I felt a cool breeze on my cheek. It sounded like the noise was coming from the bathroom. I climbed off the bed, shivering slightly. The door was shut, but as I walked across to it, I could hear the roar building, the pitch of my heart rising alongside. Taking my courage in both hands, I flung open the door. The noise of the shower filled the small room as I groped for the switch. Light flooded the bathroom, and that's when I saw it. Written across the steamy mirror, in letters maybe 6 inches high, were the words, "Stop digging." Part 1. Friday, the 18th of September. Chapter 1. The first inkling that something was wrong was waking in darkness to find the cat pawing at my face. I must have forgotten to shut the kitchen door last night. Punishment for coming home drunk. "Go away," I groaned. Delilah mewed and butted me with her head. I tried to bury my face in the pillow, but she continued rubbing against my ear, and eventually I rolled over and heartlessly pushed her off the bed. She thumped to the floor with an indignant little meep, and I pulled the duvet over my head. But even through the covers I could hear her scratching at the bottom of the door, rattling it in its frame. The door was closed. I sat up, my heart suddenly thumping, and Delilah leapt onto my bed with a glad little chirrup. I snatched her to my chest, stilling her movements, listening. I might well have forgotten to shut the kitchen door, or I could even have knocked it to without closing it properly, but my bedroom door opened outward, a quirk of the weird layout of my flat. There was no way she could have shut herself inside. Someone must have closed it. I sat, frozen, holding Delilah's warm, panting body against my chest and trying to listen. Nothing. And then, with a gush of relief, it occurred to me. She'd probably been hiding under my bed, and I'd shut her inside with me when I came home. I didn't remember closing my bedroom door, but I might have absent-mindedly swung it shut behind me when I came in. To be honest, everything from the tube station onwards was a bit of a blur. The headache had started to set in on the journey home, and now my panic was wearing off, I could feel it starting up again in the base of my skull. I really needed to stop drinking midweek. It had been okay in my 20s, but now I just couldn't shake off the hangovers like I used to. Delilah began squirming uneasily in my arms, digging her claws into my forearm, and I let her go while I reached for my dressing gown and belted it around me. Then I scooped her up, ready to sling her out into the kitchen. When I opened the bedroom door, There was a man standing there. There's no point in wondering what he looked like, because, believe me, I went over it about 25 times with the police. Not even a bit of skin around his wrists? They kept asking. No, no, and no. He had a hoodie on, and a bandana around his nose and mouth, and everything else was in shadow. Except for his hands. On these, he was wearing latex gloves. It was that detail that scared the shit out of me. Those gloves said, I know what I'm doing. They said, I've come prepared. They said, I might be after more than your money. We stood there for a long second, facing each other, his shining eyes locked onto mine. 1,000 thoughts raced through my mind. Where the hell was my phone? Why did I drink so much last night? I would have heard him come in if I'd been sober. Oh, Christ, I wish Judah was here. And most of all, those gloves. Oh my God, those gloves. They were so professional, so clinical. I didn't speak. I didn't move. I just stood there, my ratty dressing gown gaping, and shook. Delilah wriggled out of my unresisting hands and shot away up the hallway to the kitchen. Please, I thought. Please don't hurt me. Oh God, where was my phone? Then I saw something in the man's hands. My handbag. My new Burberry handbag, although that detail seemed monumentally unimportant. There was only one thing that mattered about that bag. My mobile was inside. His eyes crinkled in a way that made me think he might be smiling beneath the bandana, and I felt the blood drain from my head and my fingers, pooling in the core of my body, ready to fight or flee, whichever it had to be. He took a step forward. No, I said. I wanted it to sound like a command, but it came out like a plea. My voice small and squeaky and quavering pathetically with fear. I didn't even get to finish. He slammed the bedroom door in my face, hitting my cheek. For a long moment I stood, frozen, holding my hand to my face, speechless with the shock and pain. My fingers felt ice cold, but there was something warm and wet on my face, and it took a moment for me to realize it was blood, that the moulding on the door had cut my cheek. I wanted to run back to bed, to shove my head under the pillows and cry and cry. But a small, ugly voice in my head kept saying, He's still out there. What if he comes back? What if he comes back for you? There was a sound from out in the hall, something falling, and I felt a rush of fear that should have galvanized me, but instead paralyzed me. Don't come back. Don't come back. I realized I was holding my breath, and I made myself exhale, long and shuddering, and then slowly, I forced my hand out towards the door. There was another crash in the hallway outside, breaking glass, and with a rush I grabbed the knob and braced myself, my bare toes dug into the old, gappy floorboards, ready to hold the door closed as long as I could. I crouched there, hunched over with my knees to my chest, trying to muffle sobs with my dressing gown, while I listened to him ransacking the flat, and hoped to God that Delilah had run into the garden out of harm's way. At last, after a long, long time, I heard the front door open and shut. I sat there, crying into my knees, unable to believe he'd really gone, that he wasn't coming back to hurt me. My hands felt numb and painfully stiff, but I didn't dare let go of the handle. I saw again those strong hands in the pale latex gloves. I don't know what would have happened next. Maybe I would have stayed there all night, unable to move. But I heard Delilah outside, mewing and scratching at the other side of the door. "Delilah," I said hoarsely. My voice was trembling so much I hardly sounded like myself. "Oh, Delilah!" Through the door I heard her purr, the familiar, deep chainsaw rasp, and it was like a spell had been broken. I let my cramped fingers loosen from the doorknob, flexing them painfully, and then stood up, trying to steady my trembling legs, and turned the door handle. It turned. In fact, it turned too easily, twisting without resistance under my hand, without moving the latch an inch. He'd removed the spindle from the other side. Fuck! Fuck, fuck, fuck! I was trapped. Chapter 2. It took me 2 hours to prise my way out of my bedroom. I didn't have a landline, so I had no way of calling for help, and the window was covered by security bars. I broke my best nail file hammering away at the latch, but at last I got the door open and ventured out into the narrow hallway. There are only 4 rooms in my flat: kitchen, bedroom, and tiny bathroom, and you can pretty much see the full extent of it from outside my bedroom. But I couldn't stop myself from peering into each doorway, even checking the cupboard in the hallway where I keep my Hoover, making sure he was really gone. My head was pounding, and my hands were shaking as I made my way up the steps to my neighbour's front door. I found myself looking over my shoulder into the dark street as I waited for her to answer. It was around 4 a.m., I guessed, and it took a long time and a lot of banging to wake her up. I heard grumbling over the sound of Mrs. Johnson's feet clumping down her stairs, and her face when she cracked open the door was a mixture of bleary confusion and fright. But when she saw me, huddled on the doorstep in my dressing gown, with blood on my face and hands, her expression changed in an instant, and she took off the chain. "Oh, my days! Whatever's happened?" "I got burgled." It was hard to talk. I didn't know if it was the chilly autumn air or the shock, but I had started shivering convulsively, and my teeth chattered so hard I had a momentary, horrible image of them shattering in my head. I pushed the thought away. "You're bleeding!" Her face was full of distress. "Oh, bless my soul, come in! Come in!" She led the way into the paisley-carpeted sitting room of her maisonette, which was small and dark and grimly overheated, but right now felt like a sanctuary. "Sit down! Sit down!" She pointed to a red plush sofa, and then went creakily to her knees and began to fiddle with the gas fire. The gas popped and flared, and I felt the heat rise a degree as she got painfully to her feet again. "I'll make you some hot tea." "I'm fine, honestly, Mrs. Johnson. Do you think—" But she was shaking her head sternly. "There's nothing to beat hot, sweet tea when you've had a shock." So I sat, my shaky hands clasped around my knees while she rattled around in the tiny kitchen and came back with 2 mugs on a tray. I reached out for the closest and took a sip, wincing at the heat against the cut on my hand. It was so sweet I could barely taste the dissolving blood in my mouth, which I suppose was a blessing. Mrs. Johnson didn't drink, but just watched me, her forehead wrinkled in distress. "Did he—" Her voice faltered. "Did he hurt you?" I knew what she meant. I shook my head, but I took another scalding sip before I could trust myself to speak. "No. He didn't touch me. He slammed a door in my face, that's the cut on my cheek, and then I cut my hand trying to get out of the bedroom. He'd locked me in." I had a jolting flash of myself battering at the latch with the nail file and a pair of scissors. Judah was always teasing me about using the proper tools for the job. You know, not unscrewing a plug with the tip of a dinner knife, or prizing off a bike tyre using a garden trowel. Only last weekend he'd laughed at my attempt to fix my shower head with duct tape, and spent a whole afternoon painstakingly mending it with epoxy resin. But he was away in the Ukraine, and I couldn't think about him right now. If I did, I'd cry, and if I cried now, I might never stop. "Oh, you poor love!" I swallowed. "Mrs. Johnson, thank you for the tea, but I really came to ask, can I use your phone? He took my mobile, so I've got no way of calling the police." Of course. Drink your tea, and then it's over there." She indicated a doily-covered side table with what was probably the last turn-dial phone in London outside an Islington vintage boutique. Obediently, I finished my tea, and then I picked up the phone. For a moment, my finger hovered over the 9, but then I sighed. He was gone. What could they reasonably do now? It was no longer an emergency, after all. Instead, I dialed 101 for non-emergency response and waited to be put through. And I sat and thought about the insurance I didn't have, and the reinforced lock I hadn't installed, and the mess tonight had become. I was still thinking about that hours later as I watched the emergency locksmith replace the crappy bolt-on latch on my front door with a proper deadlock, and listened to his lecture on home security and the joke that was my back door. "That panel's nothing but MDF, love. It'd take one kick to bash it in. Want me to show you?" "No," I said hastily. "No, thanks. I'll get it fixed. You don't do doors, do you?" "Nah, but I got a mate who does. I'll give you his number before I go. Meantime, you get your hubby to whack a good piece of 18mm plywood over that panel. You don't want a repeat of last night." "No," I agreed. Understatement of the century. "Mate in the police says a quarter of burglaries are repeats. Same guys come back for more." "Great," I said thinly. Just what I needed to hear. 18mm. Want me to write it down for your husband?" "No thanks. I'm not married. And, in spite of my ovaries, I can remember a simple 2-digit number."
"Ah, right. Gotcha. Well, there you go then,"
he said, as if that proved something.
"This door frame ain't nothing to write home about neither. You want one of them London bars to reinforce it. Otherwise you can have the best lock in the business, but if they kick out the frame, you're back in the same place as before. I got one in the van that might fit. Do you know them things I'm talking about?"
"I know what they are," I said wearily. "A piece of metal that goes over the lock, right?" I suspected he was milking me for all the business he could get, but I didn't care at this point.
"Tell you what,"
he stood up, shoving his chisel in his back pocket.
"I'll do the London bar, and I'll chuck in a piece of ply over the back door for free. I got a bit in the van about the right size. Chin up, love. He ain't getting back in this way at any rate."
For some reason, the words weren't reassuring. After he'd gone, I made myself a tea and paced the flat. I felt like Delilah after a tomcat broke in through the cat flap and pissed in the hallway. She had prowled every room for hours, rubbing herself up against bits of furniture, peeing into corners, reclaiming her space. I didn't go as far as peeing on the bed, but I felt the same sense of space invaded, a need to reclaim what had been violated. "Violated?" said a sarcastic little voice in my head. "Please, you drama queen." But I did feel violated. My little flat felt ruined, soiled and unsafe. Even describing it to the police had felt like an ordeal. Yes, I saw the intruder. No, I can't describe him. What was in the bag?
Oh, just, my life. Money, mobile phone, driver's license, medication. Pretty much everything of use from my mascara right through to my travel card. The brisk, impersonal tone of the police operator's voice still echoed in my head. What kind of phone? Nothing valuable, I said wearily. Just an old iPhone. I can't remember the model, but I can find out. Thanks. Anything you can remember in terms of the exact make and serial number might help. And you mentioned medication. What kind, if you don't mind me asking? I was instantly on the defensive. What's my medical history got to do with this? Nothing. The operator was patient, irritatingly so. It's just some pills have got a street value. I knew the anger that flooded through me at his questions was unreasonable. He was only doing his job. But the burglar was the person who'd committed the crime, so why did I feel like I was the one being interrogated? I was halfway to the living room with my tea when there was a banging at the door, so loud in the silent, echoing flat that I tripped and then froze, half standing, half crouched in the doorway. I had a horrible, jarring flash of a hooded face, of hands in latex gloves. It was only when the door thudded again that I looked down and realised that my cup of tea was now lying smashed on the hallway tiles, my feet soaked in rapidly cooling liquid. The door banged again. "Just a minute!" I yelled, suddenly furious and close to tears. "I'm coming! Will you stop banging the bloody door?" "Sorry, miss," the policeman said when I finally opened the door. "Wasn't sure if you'd heard." And then, seeing the puddle of tea and the smashed shards of my cup, "Crikey! What's been going on here then? Another break-in?" It was the afternoon by the time the policeman finished taking his report, and when he left I opened up my laptop. It had been in the bedroom with me, and it was the only bit of tech the burglar hadn't taken. Aside from my work, which was mostly not backed up, it had all my passwords on it, including, and I cringed as I thought about it, a file helpfully named banking stuff. I didn't actually have my PIN numbers listed, but pretty much everything else was there. As the usual deluge of emails dropped into my inbox, I caught sight of one headed, "Planning on showing up today?" winking smiling face. And I realised with a jolt that I'd completely forgotten to contact Velocity. I thought about emailing, but in the end I fetched out the £20 note I kept in the tea caddy for emergency cab money and walked to the dodgy phone shop at the tube station. It took some haggling, but eventually the guy sold me a cheap pay-as-you-go plus SIM card for £15, and I sat in the cafe opposite and phoned the assistant features editor, Jen, who has the desk opposite mine. I told her what had happened, making it sound funnier and more farcical than it really had been. I dwelt heavily on the image of me chipping away at the lock with a nail file, and didn't tell her about the gloves, or the general sense of powerless terror, or the terrifyingly vivid flashbacks that kept ambushing me. "Shit!" Her voice at the end of the crackly line was full of horror. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, more or less. But I won't be in today. I've got to clear up the flat." Although, in actual fact, it wasn't that bad. He'd been commendably neat for, a criminal. "God, Lo, you poor thing. Listen, do you want me to get someone else to cover you on this Northern Lights thing?" For a minute, I had no idea what she was talking about. Then I remembered. The Aurora Borealis, a boutique, super-luxury cruise liner travelling around the Norwegian fjords. And somehow, I still wasn't quite sure how, I had been lucky enough to snag one of the handful of press passes on its maiden voyage. It was a huge perk.
In spite of working for a travel magazine, my normal beat was cutting and pasting press releases and finding images for articles sent back from luxury destinations by my boss, Rowan. It was Rowan who had been supposed to go. But unfortunately, after saying yes, she had discovered that pregnancy didn't agree with her, hyperemesis apparently, and the cruise had landed in my lap like a big present, fraught with responsibility and possibilities. It was a vote of confidence giving it to me, when there were more senior people she could have done a favour, and I knew if I played my cards right on this trip it would be a big point in my favour when it came to jockeying for Rowan's maternity cover, and maybe, just maybe, getting that promotion she'd been promising for the last few years. It was also this weekend. Sunday, in fact. I'd be leaving in 2 days. "No," I said, surprising myself with the firmness in my voice. "No, I definitely don't want to pull out. I'm fine." "Are you sure? And what about your passport?" "It was in my bedroom. He didn't find it. Thank God." "Are you absolutely sure?" she said again, and I could hear the concern in her voice. "This is a big deal, not just for you, for the mag, I mean. If you don't feel up to it, Rowan wouldn't want you." "I am up to it," I said, cutting across her. There was no way I was letting this opportunity slip through my fingers. If I did, it might be the last one I had. "I promise. I really want to do this, Jen." "Okay," she said, almost reluctantly. "Well, in that case, full steam ahead, eh? They sent through a press pack this morning, so I'll courier that across along with your train tickets. I've got Rowan's notes somewhere. I think the main thing is to do a really nice puff piece on the boat because she's hoping to get them on board as advertisers. But there should be some interesting people among the other guests, so if you can get anything else done in the way of profiles, so much the better." "Sure." I grabbed a pen from the counter of the cafe and began taking notes on a paper napkin. "And remind me what time it leaves?" "You're catching the 10:30 train from King's Cross, but I'll put it all in the press pack." "That's fine. And thanks, Jen." "No worries," she said. Her voice was a little wistful, and I wondered if she'd been planning to step into the breach herself. "Take care, Lo, and bye." It was still just about light as I trudged slowly home. My feet hurt, my cheek ached, and I wanted to go home and sink into a long, hot bath. The door of my basement flat was bathed in shadow, as it always was, and I thought once again that I must get a security light, if only so that I could see my own keys in my handbag. But even in the dimness, I could see the splintered wood around the lock where he'd forced the Yale. The miracle was that I hadn't heard him. "Well, what do you expect? You were drunk after all," said the nasty little voice in my head. But the new deadlock felt reassuringly solid as it clunked back, and inside I locked it shut again, kicked off my shoes, and walked wearily down the hall to the bathroom, stifling a yawn as I set the taps running and slumped onto the toilet to pull off my tights. Next, I began to unbutton my top, but then I stopped. Normally, I leave the bathroom door open. It's only me and Delilah, and the walls are prone to damp, being below ground level. I'm also not great with enclosed spaces, and the room feels very small when the window blinds are down. But even though the front door was locked and the new London bar was in place, I still checked the window and closed and locked the bathroom door before I finished peeling off my clothes. I was tired. God, I was so tired. I had an image of falling asleep in the tub, slipping below the water, Judah finding my naked, bloated body a week later. I shook myself. I needed to stop being so bloody dramatic,
The tub was barely 4 foot long. I had trouble enough contorting myself so I could rinse my hair, let alone drown.
The bath was hot enough to make the cut on my cheek sting, and I shut my eyes and tried to imagine myself somewhere else, somewhere quite different from this chilly, claustrophobic little space, far away from sordid, crime-ridden London. Walking on a cool Nordic shore, perhaps. In my ears, the soothing sound of the... would it be the Baltic? For a travel journalist, I'm worryingly bad at geography. But unwanted images kept intruding. The locksmith saying, "A quarter of burglaries are repeats." Me, cowering in my own bedroom, feet braced against the floorboards. The sight of strong hands encased in pale latex, the black hairs just showing through. Shit. Shit. I opened my eyes, but for once the reality check didn't help. Instead, I saw the damp bathroom walls looming over me, shutting me in. "You're losing it again," my internal voice sniped. "You can feel it, can't you? Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up." I squeezed my eyes shut again and began to count, deliberately, trying to force the pictures out of my head. 1, 2, 3, breathe in. 4, 5, 6, breathe out. 1, 2, 3, breathe in. 4, 5, 6, breathe out. At last the pictures receded, but the bath was spoiled, and the need to get out of the airless little room was suddenly overwhelming. I got up, wrapped a towel around myself and another round my hair, and went into the bedroom where my laptop was still lying on the bed. I opened it, fired up Google, and typed, "What % burglars return?" A page of links came up, and I clicked on one at random and scanned down it until I came to a paragraph that read, "When burglars return. A nationwide survey indicates that, over a 12-month period, approximately 25 to 50% of burglaries are repeat incidents, and between 25 and 35% of victims are repeat victims. Figures gathered by UK police forces suggest that 28 to 51% of repeat burglaries occur within 1 month, 11 to 25% within a week." Great. So it seemed like my friendly doom and gloom merchant, the locksmith, had actually been understating the problem, not winding me up. Although the maths involved in up to 50% repeat offences but only 35% repeat victims made my head hurt. Either way, I didn't relish the idea of being among their number. I had promised myself I wouldn't drink that night, so after I had checked the front door, back door, window locks, and front door for the second, or maybe even the third time, and put the pay-as-you-go phone to charge beside my bed, I made myself a cup of chamomile tea. I took it back through to the bedroom with my laptop, the press file for the trip, and a packet of chocolate digestives. It was only 8 o'clock, and I hadn't had any supper, but I was suddenly exhausted. Too exhausted to cook, too exhausted even to phone for takeaway. I opened up the Nordic Cruise press pack, huddled down into my duvet, and waited for sleep to claim me. Except it didn't. I dunked my way through the whole packet of biscuits and read page after page of facts and figures on the Aurora. Just 10 luxuriously appointed cabins, maximum of 20 passengers, hand-picked staff from the world's top hotels and restaurants. Even the technical specifications of the boat's draft and tonnage weren't enough to lull me to sleep. I stayed awake, shattered yet somehow wired. As I lay there in my cocoon, I tried not to think about the burglar. I thought, very deliberately, about work. about all the practicalities I had to sort out before Sunday, pick up my new bank cards, pack and do my research for the trip. Would I see Jude before I left? He'd be trying my old phone. I put down the press pack and pulled up my emails. "Hi, love," I typed, and then I paused and bit the side of my nail. What to say? No point in telling him about the burglary, not yet. He'd just feel bad about not being here when I needed him. "I've lost my phone," I wrote instead. "Long story, I'll explain when you get back. But if you need me, email, don't text. What's your ETA on Sunday? I'm off to Hull early for this Nordic thing. Hope we can see each other before I leave. Otherwise, see you next weekend. Lo. Kiss." I pressed send, hoping he didn't wonder what I was doing up and emailing at 12:45 a.m, and then shut down the computer, picked up my book, and tried to read myself to sleep. It didn't work. At 3:35 a.m, I staggered through to the kitchen, picked up the bottle of gin, and poured myself the stiffest gin and tonic I could bring myself to drink. I gulped it down like medicine, shuddering at the harsh taste, and then poured a second and drank that too, more slowly this time. I stood for a moment, feeling the alcohol tingling through my veins, relaxing my muscles, damping down my jangled nerves. I poured the dregs of the gin into the glass and took it back to the bedroom, where I lay down, stiff and anxious, my eyes on the glowing face of the clock, and waited for the alcohol to take effect. 1, 2, 3, breathe in, 4, 5, 5. I don't remember falling asleep, but I must have done. 1 minute I was looking at the clock with bleary, headachy eyes, waiting for it to click over onto 4:44. The next minute I was blinking into Delilah's furry face as she butted her whiskery nose against mine, trying to tell me it was time for breakfast. I groaned. My head ached worse than yesterday, although I wasn't sure if it was my cheek or another hangover. The last gin and tonic was half full on my bedside table beside the clock. I sniffed it and almost choked. It must have been 2/3 gin. What had I been thinking? The clock said 6:04, which meant I'd had less than an hour and a half sleep. But I was awake now, no point in trying to fight it. Instead, I got up, pulled back the curtain, and peered into the grey dawn, thin fingers of sun trickling into my basement window. The day felt cold and sour, and I shoved my feet into my slippers and shivered as I made my way down the hall to the thermostat, ready to override the automatic timer and start the heating for the day. It was Saturday, so I didn't have to work, but somehow the admin involved in getting my mobile number assigned to a new phone and my bank cards reissued took up most of the day, and by the evening I was drunk with tiredness. It felt as bad as the time I'd flown back from Thailand via LA, a series of red eyes that left me wild with sleep deprivation and hopelessly disoriented. Somewhere over the Atlantic I realised that I had gone beyond sleep, that I might as well give up. Back home, I fell into bed like falling into a well, plunging headlong into oblivion, and slept for 22 hours, coming up groggy and stiff-limbed to find Judah banging at my door with the Sunday papers. But this time, my bed was no longer a refuge. I had to get myself together before I left for this trip. It was an unmissable, unrepeatable opportunity to prove myself after 10 years at the coalface of boring cut-and-paste journalism. This was my chance to show I could cut it, that I, like Rowan, could network and schmooze and get Velocity's name in there with the high flyers. And Lord Bulmer, the owner of the Aurora Borealis, was a very high flyer indeed. Just 1% of his advertising budget could keep Velocity afloat for months, not to mention all the well-known names in travel and photography who would doubtless have been invited along on this maiden voyage, and whose bylines on our cover would look very nice indeed. I wasn't about to start the hard sell on Bulmer over dinner, nothing as crude and commercial as that, but if I could get his number on my contacts list and ensure that when I phoned him he took my call, well, it would go a long way to finally getting me that promotion. As I ate supper, mechanically forking frozen pizza into my face until I felt too full to continue, I picked up where I'd left with the press pack, but the words and pictures swam in front of my eyes, the adjectives blurring into each other. Boutique, glittering, luxury, handcrafted, artisan. I let the page drop with a yawn, then looked at my watch and realized it was gone 9. I could go to bed, thank God. As I checked and rechecked the doors and locks, I reflected that the one silver lining to being so shattered was that it couldn't possibly be a repeat of last night. I was so tired that even if a burglar did come, I'd probably sleep right through it. At 10:47, I realized I was wrong. At 11:23, I started to cry, weakly and stupidly. Was this it then? Was I never going to sleep again? I had to sleep. I had to. I counted on my fingers, unable to do the maths in my head. Less than 4 hours sleep in the last 3 days. I could taste sleep. I could feel it just out of my reach. I had to sleep. I had to. I was going to go crazy if I didn't sleep. The tears were coming again. I didn't even know what they were. Tears of frustration, rage, at myself, at the burglar, or just exhaustion. I only knew that I couldn't sleep, that it was dangling like an unkept promise just inches away from me. I felt like I was running towards a mirage that kept receding, slipping away faster and faster the more desperately I ran. Or that it was like a fish in water, something I had to catch and hold, but kept slipping through my fingers. Oh, God, I want to sleep. Delilah turned her head towards me, startled. Had I really said it aloud? I couldn't even tell anymore. Christ, I was losing it. A flash of her face, gleaming liquid eyes in the darkness. I sat up, my heart pounding so hard that I could feel it in the back of my skull. I had to get away from here. I got up, stumbling trance-like with exhaustion, and pushed my feet into my shoes and my arms into my coat over the top of my pyjamas. Then I picked up my bag. If I couldn't sleep, I'd walk. Somewhere. Anywhere. If sleep wouldn't come to me, then I'd damn well hunt it down myself. Chapter 3. The streets at midnight weren't empty, but they weren't the same ones I trod every day on my way to work either. Between the sulphur-yellow pools of streetlight, they were grey and shadowed, and a cold wind blew discarded papers against my legs, leaves and rubbish gusting in the gutters. I should have felt afraid. A 32-year-old woman, clearly wearing pyjamas, wandering the streets in the small hours. But I felt safer out here than I did in my flat. Out here, someone would hear you cry. I had no plan, no route beyond wandering the streets until I was too tired to stand. Somewhere around Highbury and Islington, I realised that it had begun to rain, that it must have started some time back because I was wet through. I stood in my soggy shoes, my exhausted, punch-drunk brain trying to formulate a plan, and almost by themselves my feet began to walk again. Not homewards, but south, towards Angel. I didn't realize where I was going until I was there, until I was standing beneath the porch of his building, frowning dazedly at the bell panel where his name was written in his own small, neat handwriting. Lewis. He wasn't here. He was away in the Ukraine, not due back until tomorrow. But I had his spare keys in my coat pocket, and I couldn't face the walk back to my flat. "You could get a cab," carped the small, snide voice in the back of my head. "It's not the walk you can't face, coward." I shook my head, sending raindrops spattering across the stainless steel bell panel, and sorted through the bunch of keys until I found the one for the outside door. I slipped inside, into the oppressive warmth of the communal hallway. Up on the second floor, I let myself cautiously into the flat. It was completely dark. All the doors were closed, and the entrance hall had no windows. "Judah?" I called. I was certain he wasn't home, but it wasn't impossible that he'd let a mate crash there, and I didn't want to give anyone a middle-of-the-night heart attack. I knew all too well what that felt like. "Jude, it's just me. Hello?" But there was no answer. The flat was silent. Completely and utterly silent. I opened the door on the left to the kitchen diner and tiptoed inside. I didn't switch on the light. I just peeled off my wet clothes, coat, pyjamas and all, and dumped them in the sink. Then I walked, naked, through to the bedroom where Judah's wide double bed lay empty in a shaft of moonlight, the grey sheets tumbled as if he'd just that moment got up. I crawled on my hands and knees into the middle of the bed, feeling the lived-in softness of the sheets, and smelling the scent of him, of sweat and aftershave and just him. I shut my eyes. 1, 2... Sleep crashed over me, claiming me like a wave. I woke to the sound of a woman screaming, and the feeling of someone on top of me, holding me down, someone grappling with my hands even as I fought. A hand grabbed at my wrist, the grip far stronger than mine. Blind, mad with panic, I groped in the pitch black with my free hand, searching for something, anything to use as a weapon, and my hand closed over the bedside lamp. The man's hand was over my mouth now, smothering me, the weight of him choking me, and with all my strength I lifted up the heavy lamp and brought it crashing down. There was a shout of pain, and through the fog of terror I heard a voice, the words slurred and broken. "Lo, it's me! It's me, for Christ's sake, stop!" What? Oh, God! My hands were shaking so much that when I tried to find the light, all I did was knock something over. Beside me, I could hear Judah gasping, alongside a bubbling sound that terrified me. Where the hell was the lamp? Then I realized I'd smashed it into Judah's face. I stumbled out of bed, my legs shaking, and found the switch by the door. The room was instantly flooded with the unforgiving, bright glare of a dozen halogen spots, each illuminating every detail of the horror show in front of me. Judah was crouched on the bed holding his face, blood soaking his beard and his chest. "Oh my God, Jude!" I scrambled across to him, my hands still trembling, and began to grab tissues from the box by the bed. He pressed them to his face. "Oh, God, what happened? Who was screaming?" "You," he groaned. The tissues were already sodden red. "What?" I was still flooded with adrenaline. I looked confusedly around the room for the woman and the attacker. "What do you mean?" "I came home," he said painfully, his Brooklyn accent blurred through the paper. "You started screaming, half asleep, so I tried to wake you up, and this." Oh, fuck. I put my hands to my mouth. I'm so sorry. That screaming, it had been so vivid. Had it really just been me? He took his hands cautiously away from his mouth. There was something in the wad of scarlet paper. Something small and white. It was only when I looked at his face that I realized one of his teeth was missing. Oh, Jesus! He looked at me, blood still dripping slowly from his mouth and his nose. What a welcome home, was all he said. I'm sorry. I felt tears prick at the back of my throat, but I refused to cry in front of the taxi driver. Instead, I swallowed against the hard ache. Judah? Judah said nothing. He just looked out of the window at the grey dawn that was starting to break over London. It had taken 2 hours at UCH, accident and emergency, and then all they'd done was stitch Judah's lip and refer him to an emergency dentist who'd shoved the tooth back in place and told him, more or less, to cross his fingers. Apparently, the tooth might be saved if it rerouted. If not, it would be either a bridge or a dental implant. He shut his eyes tiredly, and I felt my gut twist with remorse. I'm sorry, I said again, more desperately this time. I don't know what else to say. No, I'm sorry, he said wearily. It came out as sorry, like a drunken Sean Connery impression, the local anaesthetic in his lip making it hard to talk. You? What are you sorry for? I don't know. Fucking up, not being there for you. The burglar, you mean? He nodded. That, but any time, really. I wish I wasn't away so much. He leaned across and he put his arm around me. I rested my head on his shoulder and listened to the slow, steady thud of his heart, reassuringly unhurried in comparison to my own panicky, drumming pulse. Beneath his jacket he was wearing a blood-spattered t-shirt, the fabric soft and worn beneath my cheek. When I breathed in, a long, shuddering breath, it smelled of his sweat, and I felt my pulse slow in time with his. You couldn't have done anything, I said into his chest. He shook his head. I still should have been there. It was growing light as we paid off the taxi driver and climbed slowly up the 2 flights of stairs to his flat. When I looked at my watch, I saw that it was nearly 6. Shit! I had to be on a train to Hull in a few hours. Inside, Judah stripped off his clothes, and we fell into bed, skin against skin. He pulled me against him, inhaling the scent of my hair as he closed his eyes. I was so tired I could hardly think straight. But instead of lying back and letting sleep claim me, I found myself climbing on top of him, kissing his throat, his belly, the dark stripe of hair that arrowed to his groin. Lo, he groaned, and he tried to pull me up towards him to kiss me, but I shook my head. Don't. Your mouth. Just lie back. He let his head fall back, his throat arching in the pale strip of dawn that penetrated the curtains. It was 8 days since I'd last seen him. It would be another week until I saw him again, if we didn't do this now. Afterwards, I lay in his arms waiting for my breathing and heart to steady, and I felt his cheek against mine crinkle in a smile. That's more like it, he said. More like what? More like the homecoming I was expecting. I flinched and he touched my face. Lo, honey, it was a joke. I know. We were both quiet for a long time. I thought he was slipping into sleep, and I shut my own eyes and let the tiredness wash over me. But then I felt his chest lift, and the muscles in his arm tense as he took a deep breath.
Lo, I'm not going to ask again, but...
He didn't finish, but he didn't have to. I could feel what he wanted to say. It was what he'd said at New Year. He wanted us to move forward, move in together. Let me think about it, I said at last, in a voice that didn't seem to be mine, a voice that was unusually subdued.
That's what you said months ago.
I'm still thinking.
Well, I've made up my mind.
He touched my chin, pulling my face gently towards his. What I saw there made my heart flip-flop. I reached out for him, but he caught my hand and held it.
Lo, stop trying to make this go away. I've been really patient, you know I have, but I'm starting to feel like we're not on the same page.
I felt my insides flutter with a familiar panic, something between hope and terror. Not on the same page? My smile felt forced. Have you been watching Oprah again? He let go of my hand at that, and something in his face had closed off as he turned away. I bit my lip. Jude?
No, he said. Just no. I wanted to talk about this, but you clearly don't, so... Look, I'm tired. It's nearly morning. Let's go to sleep.
Jude, I said again, pleading this time, hating myself for being such a bitch, hating him for pushing me into this.
I said no,
he said wearily into the pillow. I thought he was talking about our conversation, but then he continued.
To a job, back in New York. I turned it down. For you.
Fuck. Chapter 4. I was sleeping a deep, stupefied sleep, as if I'd been drugged, when the alarm dragged me to consciousness a few hours later. I didn't know how long it had been going off, but I suspected a while. My head ached, and I lay for a long moment trying to orientate myself before I managed to reach out and silence the clock before it woke Judah. I rubbed the sleep out of my eyes and stretched, trying to work the kinks from my neck and shoulders, and then levered myself painfully up, climbed out of bed, and made my way through to Judah's kitchen. While the coffee percolated, I took my pills and then hunted in the bathroom for painkillers. I found ibuprofen and paracetamol, as well as something in a brown plastic bottle that I vaguely remember Judah being prescribed when he twisted his knee in a football match. I opened the child-proof lid and inspected the pills inside. They were huge, half red and half white, and looked impressive. In the end, I chickened out of taking them, and instead pressed 2 ibuprofen and a fast-acting paracetamol into my palm from the assorted blister packs on the bathroom shelf. I gulped them down with a cup of coffee, black, there was no milk in the empty fridge, and then sipped the rest of the cup more slowly as I thought about last night, about my stupid actions, about Judah's announcement. I was surprised. No, more than surprised. I was shocked. We'd never really discussed his plans long-term, but I knew he missed his friends in the US and his mum and younger brother, neither of whom I'd met. What he'd done, had he done it for himself or for us? There was half a cup of coffee left in the jug, and I poured it into a second mug and carried it carefully through to the bedroom. Judah was lying sprawled across the mattress as if he'd fallen there. People in films always look peaceful in sleep, but Judah didn't. His battered mouth was hidden beneath his upflung arm, but with his angular nose and furrowed brow he looked like an angry hawk, shot down by a gamekeeper mid-flight and still pissed off about it. I set the coffee cup very gently on his bedside table, and putting my face down on the pillow next to him, kissed the back of his neck. It was warm and surprisingly soft. He stirred in his sleep, putting out one long tanned arm to loop over my shoulders, and his eyes opened, looking 3 shades darker than their usual hazel brown. "Hey," I said softly.
"Hey."
He scrunched up his face and yawned, then pulled me down beside him. For a moment I resisted, thinking of the boat and the train and the car waiting for me at Hull. Then my limbs seemed to melt like plastic, and I let myself fold down next to him, into his warmth. We lay there for a moment, staring into each other's eyes, and I reached out and tentatively touched the steri strip across his lip. "Think it'll reroute?"
"I don't know,"
he said.
"I hope so. I got to go to Moscow on Monday, and I don't want to be messing around with dentists while I'm out there."
I said nothing. He closed his eyes and stretched, and I heard his joints click. Then he rolled onto his side and put his cupped hand gently over my bare breast. "Judah," I said. I could hear the mix of exasperation and longing in my voice.
"What?"
"I can't. I've got to go."
"So go."
"Don't. Stop that."
"Don't stop? Or don't stop?"
He gave a slow, lopsided smile. "Both. You know which one I mean." I pulled myself upright and shook my head. It hurt, and I regretted the movement instantly.
"Your cheek okay?"
Judah asked. "Yeah." I put a hand up to it. It was swollen, but not as much as before. His face was troubled, and he put out a finger to stroke the bruise, but I flinched away in spite of myself.
"I should have been there,"
he said. "Well, you weren't," I said, more snappishly than I'd meant. "You never are." He blinked and pulled himself up on his elbows to look at me, his face still soft with sleep, crumpled with marks from his pillow. "What the—" "You heard me!" I knew I was being unreasonable, but the words came tumbling out. "What's the future, Jude? Even if I move in here, what's the plan? Do I sit here weaving my shroud like Penelope and keeping the home fires burning while you drink scotch in some bar in Russia with the other foreign correspondents?"
"Where'd this come from?"
I shook my head and swung my legs out of bed. I began pulling on the spare clothes I'd left on the floor after the trip to A&E. "I'm just tired, Jude." Tired was an understatement. I hadn't slept longer than 2 hours in the last 3 nights. "And I can't see where this is heading. It's hard enough now when it's just the 2 of us. I don't want to be the wife stuck at home with a kid and a raging case of postnatal depression while you're getting shot at in every hellhole this side of the equator."
"Recent events kinda imply I'm in more danger in my own apartment,"
Judah said, and then winced as he saw my face.
"Sorry, that was an asshole thing to say. It was an accident, I know that."
I swung my still damp coat round my shoulders and picked up my bag. "Bye, Judah."
"Bye? What do you mean, bye?"
"Whatever you want."
"What I want is for you to stop acting like a goddamn drama queen and move into my flat. I love you, Lo."
The words hit me like a slap. I stopped in the doorway, feeling the weight of my tiredness like something physical around my neck, pulling me down. Hands in pale latex, the sound of a laugh.
"Lo?"
Judah said, uncertainly. "I can't do this," I said, my face to the hallway. I wasn't sure what I was talking about. I can't leave. I can't stay. I can't have this conversation, this life, this everything.
I have to go." "So, that job," he said, the beginnings of anger in his voice. "The one I turned down? Are you saying I was wrong?" "I never asked you to do that," I said. My voice was shaking. "I never asked you, so don't you put that on me." I hoisted my bag up onto my shoulder and turned to the door. He didn't say anything. He didn't try to stop me. I walked out of the flat reeling like I was half drunk. It was only when I got on the tube that the reality of what had just happened hit me. Chapter 5. I love ports. I love the smell of tar and sea air and the scream of the gulls. Maybe it's years of taking the ferry to France for summer holidays, but a harbour gives me a feeling of freedom in a way that an airport never does. Airports say work and security checks and delays. Ports say, I don't know, something completely different. Escape, maybe. I had spent the train journey avoiding thoughts of Judah and trying to distract myself with research on the trip ahead. Richard Bulmer was only a few years older than me, but his CV was enough to make me feel hopelessly inadequate. A list of businesses and directorships that made my eyes water, each a stepping stone to an even higher level of money and influence. When I brought up Wikipedia on my phone, it showed a bronzed, handsome man with very black hair, arm in arm with a stunningly beautiful blonde in her late 20s. Richard Bulmer with his wife, the heiress Anne Lingstadt, at their wedding in Stavanger, said the caption. Given his title, I'd assumed that his wealth had been handed to him on a plate, but it looked, from Wikipedia at least, as if I'd been unfair. The early part of the picture was cushy enough: prep school, Eton and Balliol. However, in his first year at university, his father had died. His mother seemed already to be out of the picture, it wasn't entirely clear, and the family estate had been swallowed up in death duty and debts, leaving him, at 19 years old, homeless and alone. Under those circumstances, the fact that he got through Oxford with a degree would have been achievement enough. But he had also created a dot-com startup in his third year. Its stock market flotation in 2003 was the first in his string of successes, culminating with this boutique 10-cabin cruise liner conceived as a super-luxury retreat for hopping the Scandinavian coastline. Available for the wedding of your dreams, a dazzling corporate event to woo your clients with the wow factor, or simply for an exclusive holiday you and your family will never forget. I read from the press pack as the train hurtled north, before turning to a floor plan of the cabin deck. There were 4 large suites in the nose of the boat, the prow I supposed you'd call it, and a separate section with 6 smaller cabins arranged in a horseshoe shape at the back. Each cabin was numbered, odd and even on either side of a central corridor, with cabin 1 right in the tip of the prow and cabins 9 and 10 adjoining each other in the curved stern of the boat. I guessed I'd be in one of the smaller cabins. Presumably the suites were reserved for VIPs. There were no measurements on the floor plan, and I frowned, remembering some of the cross-channel ferries I'd been on, the claustrophobic, windowless little rooms. The thought of spending 5 days in one of those wasn't a comfortable one, but surely on a boat like this we'd be talking something considerably more spacious. I turned the page again, hoping to find a photo of one of the cabins to reassure myself, but instead I was confronted with a shot of a dazzling array of Scandinavian delicacies spread out on a white cloth. The chef on the Aurora had trained at Noma and El Bulli, apparently. I yawned and pressed my hands into my eyes, feeling the grit of tiredness and the weight of everything from last night pressing down on me once again. Judah's face as I'd left him, stitched up with the blow from the night before, came into my head, and I flinched. I wasn't even sure what had happened. Had Judah and I broken up? Had I dumped him?
Every time I tried to reconstruct the conversation, my exhausted brain took over, adding in stuff I hadn't said, the responses I wished I'd made, making Judah more clueless and more insulting to justify my own position, or more unconditionally loving to try to convince myself this was all going to be okay. I hadn't asked him to turn down the job, so why was I suddenly expected to be grateful for it? I dozed off for about 30 painful minutes in the car from the station to the port, and when the driver's cheerful announcement broke into my sleep, it was like a splash of cold water to the face. I stumbled out of the car into searing sunshine and the salt sting of the breeze, feeling bleary and dazed. The driver had dropped me off almost at the end of the Aurora's gangway, but as I looked across the steel bridge to the boat, I couldn't quite believe we were in the right place. What I saw was familiar from the brochure, huge glass windows reflecting the sun without a single fingerprint or speck of salt water, and gleaming white paint so fresh that it could have been finished that morning. But what had been missing was a sense of scale. The Aurora was so small, more like a large yacht than a cruise liner. Now I saw what they meant by boutique. I'd seen bigger boats hopping around the Greek islands. It seemed impossible that everything mentioned in the brochure, library, sunroom, spa, sauna, cocktail lounge, and all the other things apparently indispensable to the Aurora's pampered passengers, could fit into this miniature vessel. Its size, along with the perfection of its paintwork, gave it a curiously toy-like quality, and as I stepped onto the narrow steel gangway, I had a sudden disorienting image of the Aurora as a ship imprisoned in a bottle. Tiny, perfect, isolated and unreal. And of myself, shrinking down to match it with every step I took towards the boat. It was a strange feeling, as if I were looking down the wrong end of a telescope, and it gave me a dizzying sensation almost like vertigo. The gangway shifted beneath my feet, the oily, inky waters of the harbour swirling and sucking beneath, and I had a momentary illusion that I was falling, the steel beneath my feet giving way. I shut my eyes and gripped the cold metal rail. Then I heard a woman's voice from up ahead. "It's a wonderful smell, isn't it?" I blinked. A stewardess was standing in the entrance to the ship. She was bright, almost white blonde, tanned walnut brown, and was beaming as if I were her rich, long-lost relative from Australia. I took a breath, trying to steady myself, and then made my way along the rest of the gangway and onto the aurora borealis. "Welcome, Miss Blacklock," the stewardess said as I entered. Her accent was clipped in a way I couldn't place, and her words somehow managed to convey the impression that encountering me was a life experience on a par with winning the lottery. "I am so very pleased to welcome you on board. Can one of our porters take your case?" I looked around me, trying to work out how she knew who I was. My bag was gone before I could protest. "Can I offer you a glass of champagne?" I said, distinguishing myself with witty repartee. The stewardess took that for a yes, and I found myself accepting the dewy flute she put into my hand. Thanks." The interior of the Aurora was gobsmacking. The boat might have been small, but they had crammed in enough bling for a vessel 10 times the size. The gangway doors opened onto the landing of a long, curving staircase in which every surface that could be French polished, encased in marble, or draped with raw silk had been so. The whole flight was illuminated by an eye-watering chandelier, suffusing the place with tiny splashes of light that reminded me of nothing so much as the sun glinting off the sea on a summer's day. It was slightly nauseating. Not in a social conscience sort of way, although if you thought about it too hard, that too, but more the disorientation it induced. The crystals acted like prisms on every drop of light, dazzling you, throwing you off balance with the sensation of peering into a child's kaleidoscope. The effect, combined with lack of sleep, was not completely pleasant. The stewardess must have seen me gawping because she gave a proud smile.
"The Great Stairway is really something, isn't it?" she said. "That one chandelier has over 2,000 Swarovski crystals."
"Gosh," I said faintly. My head throbbed, and I tried to remember if I'd packed the ibuprofen. It was hard not to blink.
"We are very proud of the Aurora," the stewardess continued warmly. "My name is Camilla Lidman, and I am in charge of hospitality on the vessel. My office is on the lower deck, and if there is anything I can do to make your stay with us more enjoyable, please do not hesitate to ask. My colleague Joseph," she indicated a smiling blonde man to her right, "will show you to your cabin and give you a tour of the facilities. Dinner is at 8, but we would invite you to join us at 7 p.m. in the Lindgren Lounge for a presentation on the boat's facilities and the wonders you can expect to enjoy on this cruise." "Ah, Mr. Lederer!"
A tall, dark man in his 40s was coming up the gangway behind us, followed by a porter struggling with a huge suitcase.
"Please, be careful,"
he said, wincing visibly as the porter bumped the trolley over a joint in the gangway.
"That case has some very delicate equipment in it."
"Mr. Lederer!" said Camilla Lidman, with the same near-delirious enthusiasm she had injected into her welcome to me. I had to hand it to her. I was impressed at her acting skills, though in the case of Mr. Lederer it probably took less effort, since he was kind of easy on the eye.
"Let me welcome you aboard the Aurora. Can I offer you a glass of champagne? And Mrs. Lederer?"
"Mrs. Lederer won't be coming." Mr. Lederer ran a hand through his hair and glanced up at the Swarovski chandelier with an air of slight bemusement.
"Oh, I am so sorry."
Camilla Lidman's flawless brow puckered in a frown.
"I hope nothing is wrong."
"Well, she's in fine health," Mr. Lederer said. "In fact, she's fucking my best friend." He smiled and took the champagne. Camilla blinked and then said smoothly,
"Joseph, please do take Miss Blacklock to her cabin."
Joseph gave a little half bow and extended a hand towards the downward sweep of the staircase. "This way, please," he said. I nodded dumbly and allowed myself to be ushered away, still clutching my glass of champagne. Over my shoulder I could hear Camilla telling Mr. Lederer about her office on the lower deck. "You are in cabin 9, the Linnaeus suite," Joseph told me as I followed him down into the beige dimness of a thickly carpeted, windowless corridor. "All the cabins are named after notable Scandinavian scientists."
"Who gets the Nobel?"
I cracked nervously. The corridor was giving me a strange, stifled feeling, a heavy weight of claustrophobia on the back of my neck. It wasn't just the size, but the soporifically low lamps and lack of natural light. Joseph answered seriously, "On this particular voyage, the Nobel suite will be occupied by Lord and Lady Bulmer. Lord Bulmer is a director of the Northern Lights Company, which owns the vessel. There are 10 cabins," he told me as we descended another set of stairs. 4 forward and 6 aft, all on the middle deck. Each cabin comprises a suite of up to 3 rooms, with its own bathroom, featuring full-sized bath and separate shower, full-sized double bed and private veranda. The Nobel suite has a private hot tub." Veranda? Somehow the idea of having a veranda on a cruise ship seemed completely wrong. But I supposed, thinking about it, it was no weirder than having any other open-deck area. Hot tub? Well, the least said about that, the better. "Every cabin has a named steward to assist you, day or night. Your stewards will be myself and my colleague Carla,
who you will be meeting later this evening. We will be delighted to help you in any way we can during your stay on the Aurora."
"So this is the middle deck, right?" I asked.
Joseph nodded. "Yes, this deck is solely passenger suites. Upstairs you will find the dining room, spa, lounge, library, sun deck, and other public areas. All are named after Scandinavian writers, the Lindgren Lounge, the Janssen dining room, and so on."
"Janssen?"
"Tove," he supplied.
"Oh, of course. Moomins," I said stupidly. God, my head was aching. We had reached a panelled wooden door with a discreet plaque labelled 9, Linnaeus. Joseph threw open the door and stood back to allow me to step inside. The place was, by no exaggeration, about 7 or 8 times nicer than my flat at home, and not a great deal smaller either. Mirrored wardrobes stretched away to my right, and in the centre, flanked by a sofa to one side and a dressing table to the other, was a huge double bed, the white linen expanse invitingly smooth and crisp. But the thing that made the biggest impression on me was not the space, which was impressive, but the light. Coming out of the narrow, artificially lit corridor, the light streaming in from the veranda doors opposite was blinding. Sheer white curtains waved in the breeze, and I saw that the sliding door was open. I felt an instant sense of relief, as if a tightness in my chest had lifted.
"The doors can be latched back," Joseph explained from behind me. "But the catch will automatically disengage in the event of adverse weather conditions."
"Oh, great," I said vaguely, but all I could think of was how much I wanted Joseph to go, so I could flop down on the bed and sink into oblivion. Instead, I stood, awkwardly suppressing my yawns, while Joseph told me about the functions of the bathroom. Yes, I had used one before, thank you. The fridge and minibar, all complimentary, unfortunately for my liver, and explained that the ice would be refreshed twice a day and I could ring for him or Carla at any time. At last, my drooping yawns could no longer be ignored, and he gave another little bow and excused himself, leaving me to take in the cabin. There's no point in pretending I wasn't impressed. I was. Mainly by the bed, which was practically shrieking an invitation to throw myself down and sleep for 30 to 40 hours. I looked at the pristine white duvet and the golden white scatter cushions, and longing washed through me like a physical substance in my veins, sending prickles from the nape of my neck to the tips of my fingers and toes. I needed sleep. I was beginning to crave it, like a drug addict, counting the hours until my next fix. The 30 uncomfortable minutes in the taxi had only made it worse. But I couldn't sleep now. If I did, I might not wake up, and I could not afford to miss the evening. I might be able to skip some of the functions later in the week, but I absolutely had to go to tonight's dinner and presentation. It was the first night on board. Everyone would be making contacts and networking furiously. If I missed that, it would be a huge black mark against me, and I would never catch up. Instead, forcing down a yawn, I went out to the balcony, hoping the fresh air would help me wake from the creeping fog of exhaustion that seemed to encroach every time I stopped moving or talking. The veranda was as delightful as one would imagine a private balcony on a luxury cruise ship to be. The barrier was made of glass, so that sitting inside the suite you could almost imagine there was nothing between you and the ocean at all, and there were 2 deck chairs and a tiny table, so that one could sit there of an evening and enjoy the midnight sun or northern lights, depending on which cruise one had booked. I spent a long, long time watching the little ships toiling in and out of Hull Harbour, feeling the salty wind in my hair, and then suddenly something about the feel of the ship changed. For a minute, I couldn't think what it was, and then I realised. The engine, which had been purring discreetly for the last half hour or so, had gone up a notch, and something about the boat had shifted. With a grinding roar, we began to inch round, away from the quayside, to point out towards the sea. As I stood and watched, the boat edged out of the harbour between the green and red lights marking the channel. I felt the change in its movement as we left the shelter of the harbour wall and entered the North Sea, the smooth, lapping waves giving way to the great rolling swells of the deep ocean. Slowly, the shoreline slipped away, and the buildings of Hull dwindled into ridges on the horizon, and then into a dark line that could have been anywhere. As I watched it disappear, I thought of Judah, and everything I'd left undone. My phone was heavy in my pocket, and I took it out, hoping for something from him before we left the range of the UK transmitters. Goodbye. Good luck. Bon voyage. But there was nothing. The signal dipped by one bar and then another, and the phone in my hand was silent. As the coast of England disappeared from view, the only noise was the crashing of the waves. From Judah Lewis. To Laura Blacklock. Sent Tuesday, 22nd of September. Subject:
Are you okay? Hey, honey, I haven't heard from you since your email on Sunday. Not sure if our messages are crossing. Did you get my reply or the text I sent you yesterday? Getting kind of worried and hoping you don't think I'm off somewhere being an asshole and nursing my wounds. I'm not. I love you, I miss you, and I'm thinking about you. Don't worry about what happened back home. And the tooth is okay. I think it'll reroot like the doc said. I'm self-medicating with vodka anyway. Let me know how the cruise is going, or if you're busy, just drop me a line to say you're okay. Love you, Jay.
From Rowan Lonsdale to Laura Blacklock, CC Jennifer West. Sent Wednesday, 23rd of September. Subject: Update? Hello, could you please reply to my email sent 2 days ago requesting an update on the cruise? Jen tells me you filed nothing, and we were hoping for some kind of copy by tomorrow. A sidebar piece at the least. Please let Jen know ASAP where you're at with this and CC me into your reply. Rowan. Part 2. Chapter 6. Even rich people's showers were better. The jets buffeted and massaged from every angle, numbing in their ferocity, so that after a while it was hard to tell where the water started and my body ended. I soaped my hair, then shaved my legs, and finally I just stood underneath the stream watching the sea and the sky and the circling gulls. I'd left the bathroom door open so I could see across the bed, out to the veranda and the sea beyond. And the effect was just... well, I'm not going to lie. It was pretty nice. I guess you had to get something for the $8,000 or whatever it was they were charging for this place. The amount was slightly obscene in comparison to my salary, or even Rowan's salary. I had spent years drooling over the reports she sent back from a villa in the Bahamas or a yacht in the Maldives, waiting for the day when I, too, would be senior enough to get those kinds of perks. But now I was actually getting a taste of it. I wondered, how did she stand it? These regular glimpses into a life no regular person would ever be able to afford. I was idly trying to work out how many months I'd have to work to pay for a week on the Aurora as a passenger, when I heard something. An indistinct little noise beneath the roar of the water that I couldn't place, but definitely sounded like it came from my room. My heart quickened a little, but I kept my breathing firm and steady as I opened my eyes to turn the shower off. Instead, I saw the bathroom door swinging towards me, as though someone had shoved it with a swift, sure hand. It banged shut, the solid, firm clunk of a heavy door that was made of the very best quality material, and I was left in the hot, wet dark, with the water pounding on the top of my skull and my heart beating hard enough to register on the boat's sonar. I couldn't hear anything above the hiss of blood in my ears and the roar of the shower, and I couldn't see anything apart from the red gleam of the digital controls to the shower. Fuck. Why hadn't I double-locked the cabin door? I felt the walls of the bathroom closing in on me, the blackness seeming to swallow me whole. Stop panicking, I told myself. No one's hurt you. No one's broken in. Chances are it's just a maid come to turn down the bed, or the door shutting by itself. Stop panicking. I forced myself to feel for the controls. The water went freezing, then agonizingly hot, so that I yelped and staggered back, cracking my ankle against the wall. But then finally I found the right button. The stream stopped, and I groped my way to the lights. They came on, flooding the little room with an unforgiving glare, and I stared at myself in the mirror. Bone white, with wet hair plastered to my skull like the girl from The Ring. Shit. Was this what it was going to be like? Was I turning into someone who had panic attacks about walking home from the tube or staying the night alone in the house without their boyfriend? No, fuck that. I would not be that person. There was a bathrobe on the back of the door, and I swathed it hastily around myself and then took a deep, shaking breath. I would not be that person. I opened the bathroom door, my heart beating so hard and fast that I was seeing stars in my vision. Do not panic, I thought fiercely. The room was empty. Completely empty. And the door was double-locked. Even the chain was across. There was no way anyone had got in. Maybe I'd just heard someone in the corridor. Either way, it was obviously just the movement of the ship that had caused the door to swing shut, impelled by its own weight. I checked the chain again, feeling the thick weight of it heavy in the palm of my hand, reassuringly solid, and then, on weak legs, I made my way to the bed and lay down, my heart still pounding with suppressed adrenaline, and waited for my pulse to return to something approaching normal. I imagined burying my face in Judah's shoulder, and for a second I nearly burst into tears. But I clenched my teeth and swallowed it back down. Judah was not the answer to all this. The problem was me and my weak-ass panic attacks. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. I repeated it in time with my rapid breaths until I felt myself begin to calm. Nothing happened. Not now. Not then. Nobody hurt you. Okay. God, I needed a drink. Inside the minibar was tonic, ice, and half a dozen miniatures of gin, whiskey, and vodka. I shook ice into a tumbler and then emptied a couple of miniature bottles on top, pouring with a hand that still shook slightly. I topped up with a splash of tonic water and gulped it down. The gin was so strong it made me choke, but I felt the warmth of the alcohol spreading through my cells and blood vessels and felt instantly better. When the glass was empty, I stood up, feeling the lightness in my head and limbs, and pulled my phone out of my bag. No reception, so clearly we were out of range, but there was Wi-Fi. I clicked on Mail and watched, chewing my nails, as the emails popped one by one into the inbox. It wasn't quite as bad as I'd been fearing. It was a Sunday, after all. But as I scanned down the list, I realised I was tense as an elastic band about to snap. And at the same time, I understood what I was looking for and why. There was nothing from Judah. I felt my shoulders slump. I answered the few that were urgent, marked the others unread, and then pressed compose. Dear Judah, I wrote, but the rest of the words wouldn't come. I wondered what he was doing right now. Was he packing his bag, crammed onto some economy flight? Or was he lying in some anonymous hotel room, tweeting, texting, thinking of me? I relived again the moment I'd smashed the heavy metal lamp into his face. What had I been thinking? You weren't thinking, I told myself. You were half asleep. It's not your fault. It was an accident. Freud says there are no accidents, said the voice in the back of my head. Maybe it's you. I shook my head, refusing to listen. Dear Judah, I love you. I miss you. I'm sorry. I deleted the email and started a new one. To Pamela Crew. From Laura Blacklock. Sent Sunday 20th of September. Subject, safe and sound. Hi, Mum. Safe on board the boat, which is seriously swanky. You love it. Just a quick reminder to pick up Delilah tonight. I've left her basket on the table and the food is under the sink. I had to change the locks. Mrs. Johnson upstairs has the new key. Lots of love and thanks. Lo, kiss, kiss. I pressed send, then pulled up Facebook and messaged my best friend, Lissy. This place is insanely nice. There is unlimited free drink in the minibar in my cabin. Sorry, I meant fucking enormous sweet, which doesn't bode well for my professionalism or my liver. See you on the other side, if I'm still standing. Lo, kiss, kiss. I poured myself another gin and went back to Judah's email. I had to write something. I couldn't leave things the way they were when I walked out. I thought for a moment, then typed, Dear Jay, I'm sorry I was such a bitch before I left. What I said, it was incredibly unfair. I love you so much. I had to stop because tears were blurring the screen. I paused and took a couple of shaking breaths. Then I scrubbed crossly at my eyes and finished, Text me when you're there. Safe journey. Lo. Kiss, kiss, kiss. I refreshed my inbox, less hopefully this time, but nothing new downloaded. I sighed and drained my second gin. The clock by the bed said 6:30, which meant it was time for ball gown number 1. Rowan, after she'd informed me that the dress code for dining on board was formal, translation, insane, had recommended that I hire at least 7 evening dresses so that I wouldn't have to wear the same dress twice. But since she wasn't proposing to stump up the cost, I had hired 3, which was 3 more than I'd have done if left to my own devices. My favourite in the shop had been the most over-the-top, a long, silvery white sheath studded with crystals, which, the shop assistant had claimed without a glimmer of sarcasm, made me look like Liv Tyler in Lord of the Rings. I'm not sure I kept my face sufficiently straight, because she kept shooting me suspicious looks as I tried on the others. But I wasn't feeling quite brave enough to kick off with crystal studs, given there might well be people there wearing jeans for all I knew, so I picked out the most modest choice, a long, narrow slip in dark grey satin. There was a little spritz of sequined leaves across the right shoulder, but you didn't seem to be able to get away with none. Apparently, the majority of ball dresses were designed by 5-year-old girls armed with glitter guns, but at least this one didn't look entirely like an explosion in a Barbie factory. I wriggled into it and zipped it up the side. Then I shook out the full array of ammo from my makeup bag. It was going to take more than a swipe of lip gloss to get me looking even halfway human tonight. I was just smudging concealer across the cut on my cheekbone when I realised my mascara wasn't among the clutter. I hunted through my handbag in the vain hope that it might be there, trying to remember where I'd last seen it. Then I realised. It had been in my handbag, pinched along with everything else. I don't always wear it, but without dark lashes, my smoky eye makeup looked strange and out of proportion, like I'd given up halfway through. I thought, briefly and ridiculously, about improvising with liquid eyeliner, but instead I tried one last vain hunt in my bag, tipping everything out onto the bed just in case I'd misremembered or had a spare one stuck in the lining. In my heart, though, I knew it wasn't there, and I was putting everything back into the bag when I heard a noise from the cabin next door, the roar of the pressurized toilet flushing, recognizable even above the muted hum of the engine. Taking my keycard in my hand, I went out barefoot into the corridor. The ashwood door to my right had a little plaque saying 10 Palmgren, which made me think that the supply of eminent Scandinavian scientists must have worn a little thin by the time they'd finished fitting out this boat. I knocked hesitantly. There was no answer. I waited. Maybe the occupant was in the shower. I knocked again. 3 sharp knocks, and then, as an afterthought, a final loud whack in case they were hard of hearing. The door flew open, as if the occupant had been standing on the other side. "What?" she demanded, almost before the door had opened. "Is everything okay?" And then her face changed. "Shit. Who are you?" "I'm your neighbour," I said. She was young and pretty, with long dark hair, and was wearing a ratty Pink Floyd t-shirt with holes, which somehow made me like her quite a lot. "Laura Blacklock. Low. Sorry, I know this sounds really weird, but I wondered if I could borrow some mascara." There was a scatter of tubes and creams visible on the dressing table behind her, and she was wearing quite a bit of eye makeup herself, which made me fairly sure I was on safe ground. "Oh!" She looked flustered. "Right. Hang on." She disappeared, closing the door behind her, and then came back with a tube of Maybelline and stuck it into my hand. "Hey, thanks," I said. "I'll bring it right back." "Keep it," she said. I protested automatically, but she waved my words away. "Seriously, I don't want it back." "I'll wash the brush," I offered, but she shook her head impatiently. "I told you, I don't want it back." "Okay," I said, taken aback. "Thanks." "You're welcome." She shut the door in my face. I went back to my cabin, wondering about the odd little encounter. I felt out of place enough on this trip, but she looked even more of a fish out of water. Someone's daughter, maybe? I wondered if I'd see her at dinner. I'd just finished applying the borrowed mascara when there was a knock at the door. Maybe she'd changed her mind. "Hey," I said, opening the door, holding it out. But it was a different girl outside, one wearing a steward's uniform. Her eyebrows had been rather savagely overplucked, giving her an expression of permanent surprise. "Hello," she said, with a sing-song Scandinavian inflection. "My name is Carla, and I'm your suite attendant along with Josef. This is just a courtesy call to remind you of the presentation at—" "I remember," I said, rather more brusquely than I'd intended. 7 p.m. in the Pippi Longstocking room, or whatever it's called. "Ah, I see you know your Scandinavian writers," she beamed. "I'm not so hot on the scientists," I admitted. "I'll be right up." "Wonderful. Lord Bulmer is looking forward to welcoming you all on board." After she'd gone, I rummaged in my case for the wrap that had come with the dress, a sort of grey silk shawl that made me feel like a long-lost Bronte sister, and draped it round my shoulders. I locked the door behind me, slotted the keycard inside my bra, and then made my way along the corridor and up to the Lindgren lounge. Chapter 7. White. White. Everything was white. The pale wood floor, the velvet sofas, the long raw silk curtains, the flawless walls. It was spectacularly impractical for a public vessel. Deliberately so, I had to assume. Another Swarovski chandelier hung from the ceiling, and I couldn't help but pause in the doorway, more than a little dazed. It wasn't just the light, the way it glinted and refracted from the crystals on the ceiling. It was something about the scale. The room was like a perfect replica of a drawing room in a 5-star hotel, or a reception room on the QE2, but it was small. There could not have been more than 12 or 15 people in the room, and yet they filled the space, and even the chandelier was scaled down to fit. It was like looking in through the doorway of a doll's house, where everything is miniaturized and yet slightly off-kilter, the replica cushions just a little too large and stiff for the tiny chairs, the wine glasses the same size as the fake champagne bottle. I was just scanning the room, looking for the girl in the Pink Floyd t-shirt, when a low, amused voice came from the corridor behind me.
"Blinding, isn't it?"
I turned to see the mysterious Mr. Lederer standing there. "Just a touch," I said. He held out his hand.
"Cole Lederer."
The name was faintly familiar, but I couldn't put my finger on it.
"Laura Blacklock."
We shook, and I took him in. Even in jeans and a t-shirt, struggling up the gangway, he was what Lissy would have called eye candy. Now, he was wearing a dinner jacket in a way that made me remember Lissy's rule of thumb: a DJ added 33% to a man's attractiveness.
"So,"
he said, taking a glass off a tray proffered by yet another smiling Scandinavian stewardess.
"What brings you to the Aurora, Miss Blacklock?"
"Oh, call me Lo. I'm a journalist. I work for Velocity."
"Well, very happy to meet you, Lo. Can I offer you a drink?"
He picked up a second flute and held it out with a smile. The empty miniatures in the cabin floated up before my eyes, and I wavered for a moment, knowing I was on the cusp of drinking too much so early in the evening, but not wanting to seem rude. My stomach was very, very empty, and the gin hadn't quite worn off. But surely one more glass couldn't hurt. "Thanks," I said at last. He handed it over, his fingers brushing mine in a way I wasn't sure was accidental, and I took a gulp, trying to drown my nerves. "How about you? What's your role here?"
"I'm a photographer,"
he said, and I suddenly realised where I'd heard the name before. "Cole Lederer!" I exclaimed. I was ready to kick myself. Rowan would have been all over him right from the gangway. "Of course! You did that amazing shoot for The Guardian of the melting ice caps."
"That's right."
He grinned, unashamedly pleased at being recognised, though you would have thought the thrill would have worn off for him by now. The guy was only a couple of steps down from David Bailey.
"I've been invited to cover this trip. You know, moody shots of the fjords and stuff."
"It's not usually your thing, is it?" I said doubtfully.
"No,"
he agreed.
"I tend to do endangered species or at-risk environments these days. And I don't think you could say this lot were at any particular risk of extinction. They all look extremely well fed."
We gazed around the room together. I had to agree with him when it came to the men. There was a little knot in the far corner who looked like they could survive for several weeks off their fat reserves, if we were ever shipwrecked. The women were a different story, though. They all had that lean, polished look that spoke of hot Bikram yoga and a macrobiotic diet, and they didn't look like they'd survive long if the ship went down. Maybe they could eat one of the men. I recognised a few faces from other press shindigs. There was Tina West, whippet thin and with jewellery weighing more than she did, who edited the Vernean Times. Motto, 80 days is just the start. The travel journalist Alexander Belholm, who wrote features and foodie articles for a number of cross-channel and in-flight magazines, and was as sleek and rotund as a walrus. And Archer Fenlon, a well-known expert on extreme travel. Archer, who was maybe 40 but looked older with his permatanned, weathered face, was shifting from foot to foot, looking distinctly uncomfortable in his tie and dinner jacket. I couldn't quite imagine what he was doing here. His normal beat was eating witchetty grubs up the Amazon, but maybe he was having a bit of time off. I couldn't see the girl from the next-door cabin anywhere. "Boo!" said a voice behind me. I whipped round. Ben Howard. What the hell was he doing here? He was grinning at me through a thick hipster beard that was new since I'd last seen him. "Ben," I said thinly, trying to suppress my shock. "How are you? Have you met Cole Lederer? Ben and I used to be at Velocity together. Now he writes for the... what is it at the moment? Indie? Times?"
"Me and Cole know each other," Ben said easily. "We covered that Greenpeace thing together. How's it going, man?" "All right," Cole said. They did that sort of manly half-hug thing where you're too metrosexual for a handshake and not hip enough for a fist bump. "Looking good, Blacklock," Ben said, turning to me and giving me the once-over in a way that made me want to knee him in the balls, except that the sodding dress was too tight. "Although, have you, been cage fighting again?"
For a minute, I couldn't work out what he was on about. Then I realised. The bruise on my cheek. Obviously, my expertise with the concealer wasn't as good as I'd thought. The flashing memory of the door slamming into my cheek and the man in my flat, about Ben's height with the same liquid dark eyes, was so vivid that my heart quickened and my chest felt tight, and for a long moment I couldn't find the words to reply. I just stared at him, not trying to keep the ice out of my expression.
Sorry.
He held up a hand.
My own beeswax, I know. Christ, this collar's tight."
He yanked at his bow tie.
"How did you land this gig, then? Going up in the world?"
"Rowan's ill," I said shortly.
"Cole!"
A voice broke into the awkward pause, and we all turned to look. It was Tina, sashaying smoothly across the pristine white oak floor, her silver dress rustling like a snakeskin. She gave Lederer a lingering kiss on both cheeks, ignoring me and Ben.
"Sweetie, it's been far too long."
Her voice was throaty with emotion.
"And when are you going to do that shoot you promised for the Vernean?" "Hi, Tina,"
Cole said, with just a touch of weariness in his tone.
"Let me introduce you to Richard and Lars,"
she purred, and slipping her arm through his, she bore him off to the knot of men I'd noticed at the beginning. He allowed himself to be carried away, with just a little rueful smile over his shoulder as he went. Ben watched him go and then turned back to me, cocking an eyebrow with such perfect comic timing that I let out a snort.
"I think we both know who the belle of the ball is, right?"
he said dryly, and I had to nod.
"So how are you, anyway?"
he continued.
"Still with the yank?"
What could I say?
I don't know. There's a strong possibility I might have screwed things up enough to have lost him.
Still very much unavailable, I said at last, sourly.
Shame. But you know, what happens in the fjords stays in the fjords.
Oh, piss off, Howard, I snapped. He put his hands up.
Can't blame a guy for trying.
Yes, I can, I thought, but I didn't say it. Instead, I grabbed another glass from a passing waitress and looked round for something to change the subject. Who are the others, then? I asked. I've got you, me, Cole, Tina and Archer ticked off. Oh, and Alexander Bellholm. What about that crowd over there? I nodded at the little group Tina was chatting to. There were 3 men and 2 women, one of them about my age, but about £50,000 better dressed, and the other, well, the other was sort of a surprise.
That's Lord Bulmer and his cronies. You know, he's the owner of the boat and I guess you'd call it the company figurehead.
I stared at the group, trying to spot Lord Bulmer from the snap on Wikipedia. At first, I couldn't work out which one he was. And then one of the men gave a full-throated laugh, throwing back his head, and I knew at once it was him. He was tall, wirily slim, and dressed in a suit so well cut that I was certain it must be tailored, and he was fiercely tanned, as if he spent a lot of time outdoors. His bright blue eyes narrowed into slits as he laughed, and there was a streak of grey at each temple, but it was the greyness that comes with extremely black hair, not old age. He's so young. Seems kind of weird for someone our age to be a peer, don't you think?
He's Viscount something as well, I think. The money's mainly down to his wife, of course. She's the Lyngstad heiress. Her family were car manufacturers. You know the ones I mean.
I nodded. My business knowledge might be shaky, and the family might be famously private, but even I'd heard of the Lyngstad Foundation. Every time you saw footage of an international disaster zone, their logo was on the trucks and aid parcels. I had a sudden memory of a shot I'd seen all over the papers last year. It might even have been one of Cole's, of a Syrian mother standing in front of a Lyngstad-branded truck with a baby in her arms, holding the child up towards the driver like a talisman to make the vehicle stop. And is that her? I nodded at the willowy white blonde with her back to me, who was laughing at something one of the other men had said. She was dressed in a devastatingly simple gown of rose-coloured wild silk that made me feel like I'd cobbled mine together from my childhood dressing-up box. Ben shook his head. Oh, she's Chloe Jensen, ex-model and married to that chap with the blonde hair, Lars Jensen. He's a big noise in finance, head of a large Swedish investment group. I imagine Bulmer's got him here as a potential investor. No, that's Bulmer's wife next to him, in the headscarf. Oh. She was the surprise. In contrast to the others in the group, the woman in the headscarf looked... well, she looked ill. She was wearing a kind of shapeless grey silk kimono wrap that matched her eyes, halfway between an evening dress and a dressing gown, but even from here I could see she was wearing a silk scarf wound around her scalp, and her skin was waxily pale. Her pallor stood out sharply against the rest of the group, who looked almost obscenely healthy in comparison. I realised I was staring and dropped my eyes.
She's been ill,
Ben said unnecessarily.
Breast cancer. I think it was pretty serious.
How old is she?
Barely 30, I think. Younger than him, anyway.
As Ben drained his glass and turned to look for a waiter, I found my gaze drawn back. I would never in a million years have recognised her from the photograph I'd seen online. Perhaps it was the grey skin or the loose-fitting silks, but she seemed years older, and with that glorious mane of golden hair gone, she looked a completely different woman. Why was she here, and not at home lying on a sofa? But then again, why shouldn't she be here? Maybe she didn't have long to live. Maybe she was trying to make the most of her time. Or maybe, here was a thought, just maybe, she wished that the other woman in the grey dress would stop staring at her with pitying eyes and leave her alone. I looked away again and cast around for someone less vulnerable to speculate about. There was only one person left in the group unaccounted for, a tall, older man with a neatly clipped greying beard and a gut that could only be the product of a lot of long lunches. "Who's the Donald Sutherlander like?" I said to Ben. He turned back round.
Who?
"Oh, that's Owen White,
UK investor. Richard Branson type, just on a slightly smaller scale."
Jesus, Ben, how do you know all this? Have you got an encyclopedic knowledge of high society or something?
No.
Ben looked at me, a touch of disbelief in his expression.
I rang up the press office for a list of guests and then Googled them. It's not exactly Sherlock Holmes stuff.
Fuck. Why hadn't I done that? It was what any good reporter would have done, and I'd not even thought of it. But then Ben probably hadn't spent the last few days in a haze of sleep deprivation and PTSD.
How about...
But whatever Ben had been about to say, it was drowned out by the ting-ting-ting of metal against champagne flute, and Lord Bulmer moved into the centre of the room. Camilla Lidman put down the flute and teaspoon she was holding and made as if to step forward and introduce him, but he waved a hand and she melted into the background with a self-effacing smile. The room fell into a respectful, anticipatory silence, and Lord Bulmer began to speak.
"Thank you, everyone, for coming to join us here on the Aurora on this, her maiden voyage,"
he began. His voice was warm and had that curiously classless tone that people from public school seemed to strive for, and his blue eyes had a kind of magnetic quality that was hard to look away from.
"My name is Richard Bulmer, and my wife Anne and I would like to welcome you aboard the Aurora. What we have sought to do with this ship is make it nothing less than a home from home."
"Home from home?" Ben whispered.
"Maybe his home has a sea view balcony and a free minibar. Mine sure as hell doesn't." "We do not believe that travel has to mean compromise," Bulmer continued. "On the Aurora, everything should be as you would wish, and if it's not, my staff and I want to hear."
He paused and gave a little wink at Camilla, an acknowledgement that she would likely be on the sharp end of any complaint.
"Those of you who know me will know of my passion for Scandinavia, for the warmth of its people."
He shot a quick smile at Lars and Anne.
"For the excellence of its food."
He nodded at the tray of dill and prawn canapes travelling past.
"And the spectacular glory of the region itself, from the rolling forests of Finland to the scattered islands of the Swedish archipelago, to the majesty of the fjords in my wife's native Norway. But I think that for me, the defining quality of the Scandinavian landscape is, perhaps paradoxically, not the land at all, but the skies, wide and almost preternaturally clear. And it is those skies that provide what for many is the crowning glory of the Scandinavian winter experience. The Northern Lights, the aurora borealis. With nature, nothing is certain, but I very much hope to share the spectacular majesty of the Northern Lights with you on this trip. The aurora is something that everyone should see before they die. And now, please raise your glasses, ladies and gentlemen, to the maiden voyage of the aurora borealis, and may the beauty of her namesake never fade. To the aurora borealis, we chorused obediently, and downed our glasses. I felt the alcohol trickle through me, taking the edge off everything, even my still aching cheek. "Come on, Blacklock," Ben said, setting his empty glass down. "Let's go do our bit and schmooze." I felt a twinge of reluctance to approach the group with him. The thought of being taken for a couple was awkward, given our past, but I wasn't about to let Ben start making connections while I hung back. As we started across the room, I saw Anne Bulmer touch her husband's arm and whisper something in his ear. He nodded, and she gathered up her wrap, and the two of them began to make their way towards the door, Richard holding Anne's arm solicitously. We passed in the centre of the room, and she smiled a sweet smile that illuminated her drawn, fine-boned face with a shadow of what must have been her former beauty, and I saw that she had no eyebrows at all. The lack of them, together with her jutting cheekbones, gave her face a curious, skull-like appearance. "You'll excuse me, I'm sure," she said. Her voice was pure BBC English, no trace of an accent that I could detect. "I'm very tired. I'm afraid I'm ducking out of dinner tonight, but I look forward to meeting you tomorrow." "Of course," I said awkwardly, and then tried to smile. I look forward to it too." "I'm just going to see my wife to her cabin," Richard Bulmer said. "I'll be back before dinner is served." I looked at them as they walked slowly away, and then said to Ben, "Her English is amazing. You'd never know she was Norwegian." "I don't think she actually lived there much when she was younger. She spent most of her childhood at boarding schools in Switzerland, as far as I know." "Right. Cover me, Blacklock. I'm going in." He strode across the room, scooping up a handful of canapes as he went, and inserted himself into the little group with the practised ease of a born journalist. "Bellum!" I heard him say, his tone full of a sort of old Etonian faux bonhomie, which I knew to be completely out of keeping with his actual background growing up on an Essex council estate. "Great to see you again. And you must be Lars Jensen, sir. I read that profile of you in the FT. I very much admire your stance on the environment. Mixing principles with business isn't as easy as you make it look." Oh, look at him, networking like a bastard. No wonder he was working at the Times doing proper investigative stuff, while I was stuck in Rowan's shadow at Velocity. I should get over there. I should inveigle myself into conversation with them just as Ben had. This was my chance, and I knew it. So why was I standing here holding my glass with cold fingers, unable to make myself move? The waitress came past with a bottle of champagne, and, slightly against my better judgment, I let her fill up my glass. As she moved away, I took a reckless gulp. "Penny?" said a low voice in my ear, and I whipped round to see Cole Lederer standing behind me. "Sorry, Penny who?" I managed, though my palms were prickling with sweat. I had got to get over this. He grinned, and I realised my mistake. "Oh, of course. For my thoughts," I said, cross with myself, and for him for being so twee. "Sorry," he said, still smiling. "Stupid cliché. I don't know why I said it. You just looked particularly pensive standing there, biting your lip like that." I was biting my lip? Well, hell, why not trail the tips of my Mary Janes in the dirt as well, and maybe flutter my eyelashes? I tried to remember what I had been thinking about, other than Ben and my lack of networking skills. The only thing that came to mind was the bastard who broke into my flat. But I was damned if I'd bring that up here. I wanted Cole Lederer to respect me as a journalist, not feel sorry for me. "Oh,
Politics? I brought out, at last. The champagne and the tiredness was starting to hit. My brain didn't seem to be working properly and my head was starting to ache. I realised that I was halfway to being drunk, and not the good kind of drunk either. Cole looked at me sceptically. "Well, what were you thinking then?" I said crossly. There's a reason why we keep thoughts inside our heads for the most part. They're not safe to be let out in public.
Other than looking at your lips, you mean?
I resisted the urge to roll my eyes and tried to channel my inner Rowan, who would have flirted with him until she got his business card.
"If you must know,"
Cole continued, propping himself against the wall as the ship heaved over a wave and the ice in the champagne buckets rattled.
"I was thinking about my soon-to-be ex-wife."
"Oh, sorry," I said. He was drunk too, I saw, just hiding it well.
"She's screwing my best man from our wedding. I was thinking how much I'd like to return the favour."
Screw her bridesmaid?
Or just anyone, really.
Huh. As propositions went, it was certainly direct. He grinned again, somehow managing to make the line sound fairly charming, like he was trying his luck rather than acting like a sleazy pickup artist. "Well, I shouldn't think you'll have too much trouble," I said lightly. "I'm pretty sure Tina would oblige." Cole gave a snort of laughter, and I felt a sudden twinge of guilt, thinking about how I would feel if Ben and Tina were making similar jokes about me throwing myself at Cole for the sake of my career. So Tina had turned on the charm, big deal. It was hardly crime of the century. "Sorry," I said, wishing I could take back the remark. "That was a pretty cheap dig."
"But accurate,"
Cole said dryly.
"Tina would skin her own grandmother for the sake of a story. My only worry," he took another slug of champagne and grinned, "would be coming out of the encounter alive. Ladies and gentlemen," the steward's voice broke into our conversations, "if you would like to make your way through to the Jansen room, dinner will shortly be served."
As we started to file through, I felt someone's eyes on my back and turned to see who it was. The person standing behind me was Tina, and she was looking at me very speculatively indeed. Chapter 8. It took a surprisingly long time for the staff to usher us through into the miniature dining room next door. Somehow I'd been expecting something practical, like the ferries I had been on with rows of tables and a long lunch counter. Of course, the reality was quite different. We could have been in someone's home, if I knew anyone whose home had raw silk curtains and cut glass goblets. By the time we sat down, my head was throbbing painfully, and I was desperate for some food, or better still, some coffee, though I presumed I'd have to wait until dessert for that. It felt like a long way off. The guests had been arranged into 2 tables of 6, but there was an empty place at each. Was one where the girl in cabin 10 had been supposed to sit? I did a quick head count under my breath. Table 1 had Richard Bulmer, Tina, Alexander, Owen White, and Ben Howard. The spare place was opposite Richard Bulmer. Table 2 had me, Lars and Chloe Jensen, Archer and Cole, with a spare place beside him.
"You can clear this,"
Cole said to the waitress who arrived with a bottle of wine. He waved a hand at the unused setting.
"My wife wasn't able to attend the trip."
"Oh, my apologies, sir." She gave a little half bow, said something to her colleague, and the place setting was whisked away. Well, that explained that. The empty place at the first table remained, though. "Chablis?" the waitress asked.
Yes, please.
Cole held out his glass. As he did, Chloe Jensen leaned across the table with her hand extended towards me.
I don't think we've been introduced.
She had a low, husky voice, quite unexpected for her tiny frame, and the hint of an Essex accent.
I'm Chloe Jensen, although my professional name's Wilde.
Of course. Now she said it, I recognised her. The famous wide cheekbones and Slavic tilt to her eyes, the white blonde hair. Even without stagey makeup and lighting, she looked slightly otherworldly, like she'd been plucked from a tiny Icelandic fishing village or a Siberian dacha. Her looks made the story of her discovery by a modelling scout in an out-of-town supermarket all the more incongruous. "Pleased to meet you," I said, and took her hand. Her fingers were cold, and her grip was almost painfully strong, made more so by the chunky rings she wore, which cut into my knuckles. Up close, she was even more stunning. The austere beauty of her dress so obviously outclassing mine, I felt like we might as well have come from different planets. I resisted the urge to tug at the neckline. "I'm Lo Blacklock."
Lo Blacklock.
She gave a gurgling laugh.
I like it. Sounds like a 50s film star. The sort with a wasp waist and tits up to her chin.
I wish. In spite of the growing ache in my head, I grinned. There was something about her amusement that was infectious. "And this must be your husband?"
This is Lars, yes.
She looked across at him, ready to bring him into the conversation and introduce him, but he was deep in conversation with Cole and Archer, and she just rolled her eyes and turned back to me. "Have they got someone else joining them?" I nodded at the spare place at the first table. Chloe shook her head.
I think that was for Anne. You know, Richard's wife. She's not well. Decided to have supper in her cabin, I think.
Of course. I should have thought of that. "Do you know her well?" I asked.
Chloe shook her head. "No, I know Richard quite well via Lars, but Anne doesn't often leave Norway."
She lowered her voice and spoke confidentially.
"She's supposed to be kind of a recluse, actually, so I was surprised to find she was on board, but I'd imagine that having cancer might make you—"
But whatever she had been about to say was interrupted by the arrival of 5 dark square plates, each scattered with small rainbow-coloured squares and clumps of foam, arranged on what looked like grass clippings. I realised I had no idea what I was about to eat.
"Beet pickled razor clam,"
announced the steward,
"with a base on grass foam and air-dried samphire shards."
The waiter retreated, and Archer picked up his fork and poked at the most neon-coloured of the squares.
"Razor clam?"
he said dubiously. His Yorkshire accent was somehow stronger than it sounded on TV.
"Never been that keen on raw shellfish, somehow. He gives me the willies."
"Really?" Chloe said. She gave a curving cat-like smile that indicated something between flirting and disbelief.
"I thought bush tucker was your thing. You know, bugs and lizards and stuff. If you got paid to eat droppings for your day job, maybe you'd fancy a nice steak on your day off too,"
he said and grinned. He turned to me and stuck out his hand.
"Archer Fenlon, not sure if we've been introduced."
"Lo Blacklock," I said, through a mouthful of something that I was hoping was not cuckoo spit, though it was hard to be sure. "We've met, actually, but you won't remember. I work for Velocity."
"Oh, aye? Do you work for Rowan Lonsdale, then?"
"That's right."
"She'll like that piece I did for her."
"Yes, it was very popular. Got a lot of tweets. 12 surprisingly delicious foods you didn't know were edible," or something along those lines. It had been illustrated with a picture of Archer roasting something unspeakable over a fire and grinning up at the camera.
"Aren't you going to eat it?"
Chloe said, nodding at Archer's plate. Her own plate was nearly empty, and she swiped her finger across a slick of foam and licked it up. Archer hesitated and then pushed his plate away.
I think I'll sit this one out, he said. Wait for the next course.
Fair play, Chloe said. She gave another slow, curving smile. A movement in her lap caught my eye, and I saw that beneath the level of the table, not quite hidden by the cloth, she and Lars were holding hands, his thumb rhythmically stroking across her knuckles. The sight was somehow so intimate, yet so public, that I felt a little shock run over me. Maybe her flirtatious persona wasn't all it seemed. I realised Archer was talking to me, and I turned back and focused on him with an effort. "I'm sorry," I said. "I was somewhere else. What did you say?"
I said, can I refill you? Your glass is empty.
I looked down at it. The Chablis had gone, though I barely remembered drinking it. "Yes, please," I said. As he poured, I stared into the glass, trying to work out how much I had drunk already. I took a sip. As I did, Chloe leaned over and said quietly, "I hope you don't mind me asking, but what happened to your cheek?" Maybe my surprise showed in my face, because she flapped her hand in a forget-about-it gesture. "Sorry, ignore me, none of my business. I've been in bad relationships, that's all." "Oh, no." For some reason, the misunderstanding made me feel ashamed, like it was my fault, or I'd been running Judah down behind his back, although neither was true. "No, it's nothing like that. I got burgled."
Really?
She looked shocked.
While you were in?
"Yep. Getting more common, apparently, or so the police said."
"And he attacked you? Jesus."
"Not quite." I felt an odd reluctance to go into details, not just because talking about it brought back unpleasant flashes of what had happened, but also out of a kind of pride. I wanted to sit at this table as a professional, a smooth, capable journalist able to take on all comers. I didn't relish the portrait of myself as a frightened victim cowering in my bedroom. But the story was out now, at least 90% of it was, and not explaining felt like getting sympathy under false pretenses. It was an accident, really. He slammed a door in my face, it hit my cheek. I don't think he meant to hurt me. I should have just stayed in my room. Head beneath the duvet was the truth. Stupid Lo, sticking her neck out.
"You should learn self-defense,"
Archer said.
"That's how I started, you know. Royal Marines. It's not about size. Even a girl like you can overpower a man if you get the leverage right. Look, I'll show you."
He pushed back his chair.
"Stand up."
I stood, feeling slightly awkward, and with extraordinary swiftness he grabbed my arm and twisted it up behind my back, tilting me off balance. I grabbed for the table with my free hand, but the twisting motion in my shoulder continued, pulling me backwards, the muscles screaming in protest. I made a noise, half pain, half fright, and out of the corner of my eye I saw Chloe's shocked face. "Archer," she said, and then more urgently, "Archer, you're scaring her." He let go, and I sank back into my chair, my legs trembling, trying not to show how much my shoulder was protesting.
"Sorry,"
Archer said with a grin as he pulled his chair back to the table.
"Hope I didn't hurt you. Don't know my own strength. But you see what I mean? Very tricky to get out of, even if your attacker's bigger than you. Any time you want a lesson."
I tried for a laugh, but it came out sounding fake and shaky. "You look like you need a drink," Chloe said bluntly, and she topped up my glass. Then, as Archer turned away to speak to a waiter, she added in a lower voice, "Ignore Archer. I'm starting to believe the rumours about his first wife were true. And look, if you want something to cover up that bruise, come over to my cabin sometime. I've got a whole bag of tricks and I'm a pretty mean makeup artist. You need to be in the trade. I'll do that, I said, and attempted a smile. It felt false and strained, and I picked up my glass and took a sip to hide it. Thanks. After the first course, the places switched around, and I found myself, somewhat to my relief, on the other table from Archer, sitting between Tina and Alexander, who were having a very knowledgeable conversation about foods of the world, over the top of my head.
Of course, the one type of sashimi you really must try is fugu,
Alexander said expansively, smoothing his napkin across his straining cummerbund.
It's simply the most exquisite taste.
Fugu, I said, trying to insert myself into the conversation. Isn't that the horribly poisonous one?
Absolutely. And that's what makes the experience. I've never been a drug taker. I know my own weaknesses, and I am very aware of being one of life's lotus eaters, so I've never trusted myself to dabble in that sort of thing. But I can only assume that the high one experiences after eating fugu is a similar neuron response. The diner has diced with death and won.
Don't they say, Tina drawled, sipping at her wine, that the art of the really superlative chef is to slice as closely as possible to the poisonous parts of the fish and leave just a sliver of the toxins on the flesh to heighten the experience?
I have heard that,
Alexander conceded.
It is supposed to act as a stimulant in very small quantities, although that particular slicing technique may be more to do with the expense of the fish and the chef's disinclination to waste even a morsel.
So, how poisonous is it? I asked. In terms of quantity, I mean, how much would you have to eat?
Well, that's the question, isn't it?
Alexander said. He leaned across the table, a rather unpleasant gleam in his eye as he warmed to his topic.
Different parts of the fish have a different toxic load, but in terms of the most poisonous parts, which is to say the liver, the eyes, and the ovaries, we're talking very, very little. Grams, if that. They say it's around 1,000 times more deadly than cyanide.
He pushed a forkful of fish carpaccio into his mouth and spoke through the delicate flesh.
It must be quite a horrible way to die. The chef who prepared it for us in Tokyo took great delight in describing the process of the poison. It paralyzes the muscles, you know, but the mind of the victim is quite unaffected, and they stay fully conscious throughout the experience as their muscles atrophy and they become unable to breathe.
He swallowed, licked his moist lips, and smiled.
Eventually, they simply suffocate.
I looked down at the slivers of raw fish on my plate, and whether it was the wine or Alexander's vivid description, or whether the sea had picked up, I felt suddenly rather less hungry than I had before dinner. I put a piece reluctantly in my mouth and chewed.
"Tell us about yourself, darling,"
Tina said suddenly, surprising me by flicking her attention abruptly from Alexander to me.
"You work with Rowan, I hear."
Tina had started at Velocity in the late 80s and had briefly crossed paths with Rowan, who still talked about her and her legendary ferocity. That's right. I swallowed my mouthful with uncomfortable haste. I've been there about 10 years.
She must think very highly of you to send you on a trip like this. Quite the coup, I would have thought.
I shifted in my chair. What could I say in answer to that? Actually, I don't think there's any way she would have trusted me with this if she weren't on a hospital drip. I'm very lucky, I said at last. It's a real privilege to be here, and Rowan knows how keen I am to prove myself.
Well, enjoy it, is my advice.
Tina patted my arm, her rings cool against my skin.
You only live once. Isn't that what they say?
Chapter 9. We swapped seats twice more, but somehow I never found myself next to Bulmer, and it was not until the coffee was served and we were free to return to the Lindgren lounge that I had the chance to accost him. I was just walking across the room, a cup of coffee in my hand, balancing myself precariously against the shifting of the boat, when a flash went off in my face and I stumbled, narrowly avoiding drenching myself in coffee. As it was, a few drops spattered the hem of the hired gown and the white sofa next to me.
Smile,
said a voice in my ear, and I realised the photographer was Cole. Shit! You idiot! I said crossly, and then instantly wanted to kick myself. The last thing I needed was him reporting my rudeness back to Rowan. I must be drunker than I thought. Not you, I said awkwardly, trying to cover my slip. Me, I meant. The sofa. He saw my discomfort and laughed.
Nice recovery. Don't worry, I'm not going to tell tales on you to your boss. My ego's not that fragile.
I didn't... I floundered, but it was so uncannily close to what I had been thinking that I couldn't think how to finish. I just...
Forget about it. Where were you off to in such a hurry, anyway? You were striding across the room like a marksman hunting down a lame antelope.
It felt lame to admit it, but my head was throbbing with a mix of tiredness and alcohol, and somehow it seemed easier to tell the truth. I was hoping to talk to Richard Bulmer. I've been trying to speak to him all evening, I just never had the chance.
And you were making your move when I wrecked it,
Cole said with a gleam in his eye. He smiled again, and I realised it was his incisors that gave him a slightly wolfish, predatory air.
Well, I can sort that out anyway. Bulmer!
I cringed as Richard Bulmer turned from his conversation with Lars and looked across.
Did I hear my name? You did indeed, Cole said. Come and speak to this nice girl, make amends for me ambushing her.
Bulmer laughed, picked up his cup from the arm of the chair next to him and strolled across. He moved easily, in spite of the slight roll of the ship, and I had the impression of someone who was very physically fit, and probably as hard as nails beneath the well-cut suit.
Richard,
Cole said with a wave of his hand.
This is Lo. Lo, Richard. I surprised her with a candid shot as she was making her move on you, and she spilled her coffee.
My cheeks flamed red, but Bulmer was shaking his head at Cole.
You know what I said about being discreet with that thing?
He nodded at the heavy camera slung around Cole's neck.
Not everyone wants paparazzi shots of themselves at inopportune moments. Ah, they love it, Cole said easily, showing his teeth in a wide grin. Gives them the proper celebrity experience along with the swanky venue. I mean it, Richard said, and although he was smiling, his voice no longer sounded amused. Anne, especially. He lowered his voice. You know she's self-conscious since...
Cole nodded, the laugh dying out of his face.
Yeah, sure, man. That's different. But Lo here doesn't mind, do you, Lo?
He slung an arm around my shoulders, crushing me into him so that my shoulder crunched against his camera, and I tried to smile. No, I said awkwardly. No. Of course not.
That's the spirit,
Bulmer said, and he gave a little wink. It was an odd gesture, The same one I'd noticed before when he spoke to Camilla Lidman, not avuncular, as it might have been, but more as if he were trying to level what he knew to be an intimidatingly uneven playing field.
"Don't think of me as an international millionaire," that wink said. "I'm just an ordinary, approachable guy."
I was just trying to think how to reply when Owen White tapped him on the shoulder and he turned.
"What can I do for you, Owen?"
he said, and before I had a chance to open my mouth, the opportunity was gone. I managed, and he looked back over his shoulder at me.
"Hey, look, it's always hard to talk at these things. Why don't you swing past my cabin tomorrow after the planned activities? We can chat properly."
"Thanks," I said, trying not to sound too pathetically grateful.
"Great, it's number one. Looking forward to it."
"Sorry," Cole said in a low voice, his breath tickling the hair tucked behind my ear.
"Did my best. What can I say? He's a wanted man. How can I make it up to you?"
"Never mind," I said awkwardly. He was standing uncomfortably close, and I wanted to take a step back, but Rowan's voice was nagging in the back of my head. "Network, low." Tell me something about yourself instead. What made you come? You said it's not your usual thing."
"Richard's kind of an old friend,"
Cole said. He grabbed a coffee from a passing stewardess's tray and took a gulp.
"We were at Balliol together, so when he asked me to come, I felt I couldn't say no."
"Are you close?"
"I wouldn't say close. We don't really move in the same circles. It's hard when one of you's a struggling photographer and the other one's married to one of the wealthiest women in Europe."
He gave a grin.
"But he's a good guy. He might look like he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, but that's not the full picture. He's had some tough times. And I guess that's what makes him hold on all the harder to, well, all this."
He waved a hand at our surroundings, at the silk and crystals and burnished fittings.
"He knows what it's like to lose things. And people."
I thought of Anne Bulmer and the way Richard had walked her to her cabin in spite of the roomful of guests waiting to talk to him, and I thought perhaps I knew what Cole meant. It was around 11 that I finally made my way back to my room. I was drunk. Very, very drunk. Although it was hard to tell exactly how drunk, as we were now mid-ocean, and the shifting movement of the sea mixed queasily with the champagne. And the wine. Oh, and the frozen shots of aquavit. Christ, what had I been thinking? There was a moment of clarity when I got to my door and stood for a moment, steadying myself on the frame. I knew why I'd got drunk. I knew exactly why. Because if I was drunk enough, I would sleep the sleep of the dead. I couldn't cope with another broken night, not here. But I pushed the thought away and began the task of retrieving my keycard from where I'd stashed it inside my bra.
"Need a hand, Blacklock,"
slurred a voice behind me, and Ben Howard's shadow fell across the doorframe. "I'm fine," I said, turning my back so that he couldn't see me struggling. A wave hit the boat, and I lurched and staggered. "Go away, Ben." "Sure?" He leaned over me, deliberately peering over my shoulder. "Yes." My teeth were gritted with fury. "I'm sure." "Because I could help." He gave a lascivious grin and nodded towards the top of my dress, which I was gripping with one hand to stop it peeling down. "You look like you could use an extra hand. Or two." "Fuck off," I said shortly. There was something wedged beneath my left shoulder blade, something warm and hard that felt a lot like a card, if I could only get my fingers far enough round. He moved closer, and before I'd realised what he was about to do, he shoved his hand roughly down the front of my dress. I felt a streak of pain as his cufflinks dragged over my skin, and then his fingers closed over my bare breast and squeezed hard, in a way that was presumably meant to be erotic. It wasn't. I didn't even think about it. There was a ripping noise like a snarling cat, and my knee connected with his groin so hard that he didn't even cry out. He just toppled slowly to the floor, making a kind of weak, gasping whimper. And I burst into tears. Some 20 minutes later, I was sitting on the bed in my cabin, still sobbing and wiping borrowed mascara off my cheeks, and Ben was crouched next to me, one arm around my shoulders and the other holding the ice bucket against his crotch.
"I'm sorry,"
he said again, his voice still croaky with suppressed pain.
"Please, Lo, please stop crying. I'm really sorry. I was a dick, a complete arsehole. I deserved it." "It's not you," I sobbed, though I wasn't sure he could understand the words. "I can't cope anymore, Ben. Ever since the burglar, I've just been... I think I'm going mad." "What burglar?" I told him, between sobs. Everything I hadn't told Jude. What it had been like, waking up, realizing there was someone in my flat, realizing that no one would hear if I cried out, realizing that I had no way of getting help, no chance of fighting the intruder off, that I was vulnerable in a way I'd never thought I was before that night. "I'm sorry,"
Ben kept repeating like a mantra. He rubbed my back with his free hand.
"I'm so sorry."
His awkward sympathy only made me sob harder.
"Look, sweetheart."
Oh, no.
"Don't call me that!"
I sat up, shaking my hair away from my face, and pulled out of his hold.
"Sorry, it slipped out."
"I don't care. You can't say that anymore, Ben."
"I know,"
he said distractedly.
"But Lo, if I'm honest, I never—"
"Don't," I said urgently.
"Lo, what I did, I was a shit, I know I was."
I said, "Don't. It's over." He shook his head, but his words somehow had stopped me crying. Maybe it was the sight of him, stricken, hunched, and so very miserable.
"But, Lo..."
He looked up at me, his brown puppy dog eyes soft in the bedside light.
"Lo,
No!" It came out harsher and louder than I meant, but I had to shut him up. I wasn't sure what he was about to say, but whatever it was, I was certain I couldn't afford for him to say it. I was stuck on this boat with Ben for the next 5 days. I couldn't let him embarrass himself more than he already had done, or this trip would become unendurable when we had to rub shoulders in the cold light of day. "Ben, no," I said more gently. "It was over a long time ago. Anyway, you were the one who wanted out, remember?"
"I know,"
he said wretchedly.
"I know. I was a twat."
"You weren't," I said, and then, feeling dishonest, "Okay, you were, but I know I wasn't the easiest. Look, that's not the point now. We're friends, right?" That was overstating it, but he nodded. "Okay, then don't screw this up."
"All right,"
he said. He stood up painfully and swiped at his face with the arm of his dinner jacket, then looked at it ruefully.
"Hope they've got an onboard dry cleaner."
"Hope they've got an onboard dress mender." I nodded at the rip all the way up the side of the grey silk dress.
"Will you be all right?"
Ben said.
"I could stay. I don't mean that in a sleazy way. I could sleep on the couch."
You totally could, I agreed, looking at the length of it, and then shook my head as I realized how my words sounded. No, you couldn't. It's big enough, but you can't. I don't need you to. Go back to your cabin. For Christ's sake, we're on board a ship in the middle of the ocean. It's about the safest place I could possibly be. All right. He walked, hobbling slightly, to the door and half opened it, but he didn't actually go. I'm sorry. I mean it. I knew what he was waiting for, hoping for. Not just forgiveness, but something more. Something that would tell him that squeeze wasn't completely unwanted. I was damned if I'd give it to him. Go to bed, Ben, I said, very weary and very sober. He stood in the doorway a moment longer, just a millisecond too long, enough for me to wonder, with a shift in my stomach that echoed the shifting sea, what I would do if he didn't go. What I'd do if he shut the door and turned around and came back into the room. But then he turned and went, and I locked the door after him and collapsed onto the sofa with my head in my hands. At long last, I don't know how much later, I got up, poured myself a whiskey from the minibar, and drank it down in 3 long gulps. I shuddered, wiped my mouth and peeled off my dress, leaving it coiled on the floor like a sloughed skin. I stripped off my bra, stepped out of the sad little pile of clothes, and then fell into bed and into a sleep so deep it felt like drowning. I don't know what woke me up, only that I shot into consciousness as if someone had stabbed me in the heart with a syringe of adrenaline. I lay there, rigid with fear, my heart skittering at about 200 BPM, and scrabbled for the soothing phrases I'd repeated to Ben just a few hours before. You're fine, I told myself. You're completely safe. We're on a boat in the middle of the ocean. No one can get in or away. It's about the safest place you could possibly be. I was clutching the sheets with a rigor mortis-like grip, and I forced my stiff fingers to relax and flexed them slowly, feeling the pain in my knuckles subside. I concentrated on breathing in and out, slow and steady, until at last my heart followed suit, and I could no longer feel its frantic pounding in my chest. The drumming in my ears subsided. Apart from the rhythmic shush of the waves and the low engine hum that permeated every part of the vessel, I couldn't hear anything. Shit. I had to get a grip. I couldn't self-medicate with booze every night for the rest of this trip, not without sabotaging my career and flushing any chance of advancement of velocity down the drain. So that left, what? Sleeping pills? Meditation? Neither of those seemed much better. I rolled over, switched on the light and checked my phone. 3:04 a.m. Then I refreshed my email. There was nothing from Judah, but I was too wide awake now to go back to sleep. I sighed, picked up my book, lying splayed like a broken-backed bird on the bedside table, and began to read. But although I tried to concentrate on the words, something niggled at the corner of my mind. It wasn't just paranoia. Something had woken me up. Something that left me jumpy and strung out as a meth addict. Why did I keep thinking of a scream? I was turning the page when I heard something else, something that barely registered above the sound of the engine and the slap of the waves. A sound so soft that the scrape of paper against paper almost drowned it out. It was the noise of the veranda door in the next cabin sliding gently open. I held my breath, straining to hear. And then there was a splash. Not a small splash. No, this was a big splash. The kind of splash made by a body hitting water. Judah Lewis, 24th of September at 8:50 a.m.
Hey guys, bit concerned about Lo. She hasn't checked in for a few days since she left on a press trip. Anyone heard from her? Getting kinda worried. Cheers.
Like, comment, share. Lissy White. Hi Jude, she messaged me on Sunday, 20th I guess it must have been. Said the boat was amazing. Like, reply, 24th of September at 9:02 a.m. Judah Lewis.
Yeah, I heard from her then too, but she didn't reply to my email or my text on Monday, and she hasn't updated on here or Twitter either.
Like, reply, 24th of September at 9:03 a.m. Judah Lewis.
Anyone? Pamela Crew, Jennifer West, Carl Fox, Emma Stanton. Sorry if I'm tagging random people, this is kinda out of character, to be honest.
Like, reply, 24th of September at 10:44 a.m. Pamela Crew. She emailed me on Sunday, Jude, love. Said the boat was lovely. Do you want me to ask her dad? Like, reply, 24th of September at 11:13 a.m. Judah Lewis.
Yes, please, Pam. I don't want to worry you both, but I feel like she'd have made contact by now, normally. But I'm stuck here in Moscow, so I don't know if she's been trying to phone and not getting through.
Like, reply, 24th of September at 11:21 a.m. Judah Lewis.
Pam, did she tell you the name of the boat? I can't find it.
Like, reply, 24th of September at 11:33 a.m. Pamela Crew. Hi, Judah, sorry, I was on the phone to her dad. He's not heard anything either. The boat was the Aurora, apparently. Let me know if you hear anything. Bye, love. Like, reply, 24th of September at 11:48 a.m. Judah Lewis.
Thanks, Pam. I'll try the boat. But if anyone hears anything, please message me.
Like, reply, 24th of September at 11:49 a.m. Judah Lewis.
Anything?
Like, reply, 24th of September at 3:47 p.m. Judah Lewis.
Please, guys. Anything.
Like, reply, 24th of September at 6:09 p.m. Part 3. Chapter 10. I didn't even think about what to do next. I ran to the veranda, threw open the French windows, and hung out over the rail, desperately searching for a glimpse of something or someone in the shifting waves. The dark surface was spattered with bright, refracted light from the ship's windows, making it impossible to make out anything in the swell. But for an instant, I thought I saw something beneath the crest of a black wave, a swirling white shape like a woman's hand that trailed beneath the surface, then sank. I turned to look at the balcony next to mine. There was a frosted privacy screen between the two balconies, so I couldn't see very much, but as I peered over, I saw two things. The first was that there was a smear on the glass safety barrier, a smear of something dark and oily, a smear that looked a lot like blood. The second was a realization, and one that made my stomach clench and shift. Whoever had been standing there, whoever had thrown that body overboard, could not have missed my stupid headlong dash to the balcony. In all likelihood, they'd been standing on the next door veranda as I rushed onto mine. They would have heard my door crash back. They would probably have seen my face. I darted back into the room, slamming the veranda door behind me, and checked the cabin door was double locked. Then I put the chain across. My heart was thumping in my chest, but I felt calm. Calmer than I had in ages. This was it. This was real danger, and I was coping. With the cabin door secure, I ran back and checked the veranda door. There was no deadlock on this, just the normal latch, but it was as secure as I could make it. Then I picked up the bedside phone with fingers that shook only slightly and dialed 0 for the operator. "Hello?" said a sing-song voice. "How can I help you, Miss Blacklock?" For a minute I was so disconcerted that she knew it was me that I completely lost my train of thought. Then I realized my room number would come up on the desk phone. Of course it would be me. Who else would be phoning from my room in the middle of the night? Hello? I managed. In spite of the tremor, my voice sounded surprisingly calm. "Hello. Who is this, please?" "It's your cabin stewardess, Carla, Miss Blacklock. Can I help you?" Beneath her perky phone manner, a touch of concern had crept in. "Are you all right?" No, I'm not all right. I stopped, aware how ridiculous this might sound. "Miss Blacklock?" I swallowed. "I think I've just seen a murder." "Oh my goodness." Carla's voice was shocked, and she said something in a language I didn't understand. Swedish, perhaps, or maybe Danish. Then she seemed to control herself and asked, "Are you safe, Miss Blacklock?" Was I safe? I looked across at the cabin door. I was as certain as I could be that no one could get in. Yes, I think I am. It was in the next door cabin, number 10, Palmgren. I think someone threw a body overboard." My voice cracked as I said it, and I suddenly felt like laughing, or maybe crying. I took a deep breath and pinched the bridge of my nose, trying to get a hold of myself. "I will send someone right away, Miss Blacklock. Don't move. I will call you when they are at the door so you know who it is. Hold on, please, and I will call you right back." There was a click, and she hung up. I put the receiver gently back on the cradle, feeling oddly dissociated, almost like I was having an out-of-body experience. My head was throbbing, and I realized I needed to get dressed before they arrived. I took the bathrobe from where it hung on the back of the bathroom door and did a double take. When I went down to dinner, I had left it on the floor, along with the clothes I'd worn on the train. I remembered looking back over my shoulder at the bomb site I'd made in the bathroom, clothes on the floor, makeup scattered across the counter, lipstick-smeared tissues in the sink, and thinking, I'll deal with that later. It was all gone. The bathrobe had been hung up. My dirty clothes and underwear had disappeared, whisked off to God knows where. On the vanity counter, my cosmetics had been neatly set out in rows, along with my toothbrush and toothpaste. Only my tampons and pills were left inside my wash bag, a coy touch that was somehow worse than everything being out in the open and made me shudder. Someone had been inside my room. Of course they had. That was what maid service meant, for heaven's sake. But someone had been inside my room, messing with my things, touching my torn tights and my half-used eyeliner pencil. Why did the thought make me want to cry? I was sitting on the bed, head in my hands, and thinking about the contents of the minibar when the phone rang. A couple of seconds later, as I crawled across the duvet to pick up the receiver, there was a knock on the door. I picked up the phone. Hello? Hello, Miss Blacklock? It was Carla. Yes, there's someone at the door. Should I answer it? Yes, please do. It is our head of security, Johan Nielsen. I will leave you now with him, Miss Blacklock, but please do call me at any time if you need any further assistance. There was a click, and the line went dead. And the knock on the door came again. I belted my toweling robe more securely and went to open it. Outside was a man I hadn't seen before, dressed in some kind of uniform. I don't know what I was expecting, something policeman-like. This was more like a nautical uniform, closer to a purser or something. He was about 40 or thereabouts, and tall enough to have to stoop as he stepped through the doorway. His hair was rumpled, like he'd only just got out of bed, and his eyes so startlingly blue that it looked almost as if he was wearing coloured contacts. I was staring at them when I realised suddenly that he was holding out a hand. "Hello, you must be Miss Blacklock, I presume." His English was very good, just a faint trace of a Scandinavian accent, so slight he might almost have been Scottish or Canadian. "My name is Johan Nielsen. I am head of security on the Aurora. I understand you've seen something that disturbed you." "Yes," I said firmly, suddenly painfully aware of the fact that I was in a dressing gown with my mascara halfway down my cheeks, while he was fully and professionally dressed. I tightened the belt again, nervously this time. "Yes, I heard something thrown overboard. I think it must have been a body." "You saw or heard?" Nielsen said, cocking his head to one side. "I heard a splash, a very loud splash. It was quite clearly something very big falling overboard, or being pushed. And then I ran to the balcony and I saw something, a body it looked like, disappearing under the waves." Nielsen's expression was grave but guarded, and as I spoke his frown deepened. "And there was blood on the glass wall of the balcony," I added. His lips tightened at that, and he gave a short nod towards the veranda door. "Your balcony?" "The blood? No, next door." "Can you show me?" I nodded, pulled the belt again, and watched as he undid the latch of the veranda door. Outside, the wind had picked up, and it was very cold. I led the way out into the narrow space, which felt painfully small now with Nielsen's bulk beside me. He seemed to take up all the room there was, and more, but part of me was very glad he was there. I didn't think I could have brought myself to go out there on my own. "There!" I pointed over the privacy barrier that separated my veranda from that of cabin 10. "Look, over there, you'll see what I mean." Nielsen peered over the barrier, and then looked back at me, frowning slightly. "I don't see where you mean. Could you show me?" "What do you mean? It was a big smear all down the glass." He edged backwards, extending a hand towards the barrier by way of invitation, and I pushed past him to peer over. My heart was pounding in spite of myself. I didn't expect to see the murderer still there, nor to get a fist in my face or a bullet fly past my ear. But it felt horribly vulnerable to peer over the wall, not knowing what I might find on the other side. But what I found was nothing. No murderer crouched to spring, no smear of blood. The glass barrier shone in the moonlight, clean, innocent of so much as a fingerprint. I turned back to Nielsen, knowing that my face must be stiff with shock. I shook my head, tried to find the words. He watched me, something sympathetic in his blue eyes. It was the sympathy that stung more than anything else. "It was there," I said angrily. "He's obviously wiped it off."
He?
"The murderer! The fucking murderer, of course!"
"There's no need to swear, Miss Blacklock,"
he said mildly, and went back inside the cabin. I followed him, and he carefully shut and latched the door behind me, and then stood, his hands by his side, as if waiting for me to say something. I could smell his cologne, not an unpleasant smell, faintly woody, but suddenly the spacious room felt oppressively small. "What?" I said at last, trying and failing not to make the words sound aggressive. "I told you what I saw. Are you saying I'm lying?"
"Let's go next door,"
he said diplomatically. I yanked the toweling belt tighter still, so tight now I could feel it digging into my stomach, and followed him, barefoot, into the corridor. He gave one short knock at the door of cabin 10, and then, when there was no answer, produced a passkey from his pocket and opened the door. We stood in the doorway. Nilsson said nothing, but I could feel his presence at my back as I gazed, open-mouthed, at the room. It was utterly empty. Not just of people, but of everything. There were no suitcases, no clothes, no cosmetics in the bathroom. Even the bed was stripped back to the mattress. "There was a girl," I said at last, my voice unsteady. I shoved my hands in the pockets of the bathrobe so that he wouldn't see how my fingers were clenched into fists. "There was a girl in this room. I talked to her. I spoke to her. She was here." Nilsson said nothing. He walked through the silent, moonlit suite and opened the door of the veranda, then looked outside, inspecting the glass barrier with almost insulting conscientiousness. But I could see from here there was nothing. The glass gleamed in the moonlight, misted faintly with ocean spray, but otherwise quite untouched. "She was here," I repeated, hearing and hating the edge of hysteria in my voice. "Why won't you believe me?"
"I didn't say that I don't believe you."
Nilsson came back into the room and latched the veranda window. Then he walked me through the cabin door and closed and locked it behind us. "You don't have to," I said bitterly. My own door was still open and he escorted me inside. "But I tell you, she was there. She lent me—" "Oh." Something suddenly struck me, and I ran to the bathroom. "She lent me a mascara. God damn it, where is it?" I was rummaging through the carefully set-out cosmetics, but it wasn't there. Where had it gone? "It's here," I said desperately. "I know it is." I looked around wildly, and something caught my eye. A flash of shocking pink behind the retractable shaving mirror at the side of the basin. I pulled it out, and there it was. An innocent little pink tube with a green cap. "There!" I brandished it triumphantly at him, like a weapon. Nilsson took a step back and then took the mascara gently from my hand.
"I see,"
he said.
"But with respect, Miss Blacklock, I'm not sure what this proves, apart from the fact that you borrowed a mascara from someone today."
"What does it prove?" "It proves she was really there. It proves she existed."
"It proves you saw a girl, yes, but—"
"What do you want?" I interrupted desperately. "What more do you want from me? I've told you what I heard, what I saw. I've told you there was a girl in that cabin, and now she's gone. Look on the manifest. There's a guest missing.
Why aren't you more concerned?
That cabin is empty, he said gently.
I know,
I shouted, and then, seeing Nielsen's face, I made a huge, concentrated effort to get myself under control. I know. That's what I've been trying to tell you, for God's sake. No, he said, still with that same quiet gentleness, the gentleness of a big man with nothing to prove. This is what I'm trying to explain, Miss Blacklock. It has always been empty. There was no guest in that cabin. There never has been. Chapter 11. I stared at him, open-mouthed. What do you mean? I managed at last. What do you mean, no guest? The cabin is empty, he said. It was reserved for another guest, an investor named Ernst Solberg. But he pulled out at the last minute, personal reasons, I understand. So the girl I saw, she wasn't supposed to be there? Perhaps she was a member of staff, or a cleaner. She wasn't. She was getting dressed. She was staying there. He said nothing. He didn't have to. The question was obvious. If she was staying there, where was all her stuff? Someone could have taken it out, I said weakly. Between seeing me and you coming. Really? Nielsen's voice was quiet. His question not skeptical, not mocking, just uncomprehending. He sat down on the sofa, the springs squeaking beneath his bulk, and I sank onto the bed and put my face in my hands. He was right. There was no way someone could have cleared the room. I didn't know exactly how much time had elapsed between me calling Carla and Nielsen appearing at my door, but there was no way it was more than a few minutes. 5, 7 at the outside. Probably not even that. Whoever was in there might have had time to wipe the blood off the glass, but that was it. There was no way they could have emptied the entire cabin. What could they have done with the stuff? I would have heard it if they had tipped it over the side, and there simply hadn't been time for them to pack it up and take it down the corridor. Shit, I said at last, into my hands. Shit. Miss Blacklock, Nielsen said slowly, and I had a sudden premonition that I was not going to like his next question. Miss Blacklock, how much did you have to drink last night? I looked up, letting him see my ravaged makeup and the fury in my sleep-bleared eyes. I beg your pardon? I simply asked. There was no point in denying it. There were enough people who'd seen me at dinner last night, knocking back champagne, then wine, then after-dinner shots, to blow a hole a mile wide in any claim that I was sober. Yes, I was drinking, I said, nastily. But if you think that half a glass of wine turns me into some hysterical drunk who can't tell reality from fantasy, you've got another think coming. He said nothing to that, but his gaze travelled to the bin beside the minibar, where a number of whiskey and gin miniatures and a considerably smaller quantity of tonic cans were stacked up. There was a silence. Nielsen didn't ram home his point, but he didn't need to. Bastard room cleaners. I may have been drinking, I said through clenched teeth. But I wasn't drunk. Not like that. I know what I saw. Why would I make it up? He seemed to accept that and nodded wearily. Very well, Miss Blacklock. He rubbed a hand over his face, and I heard his blonde stubble rasp against his palm. He was tired, and I noticed, suddenly and incongruously, that his uniform jacket was buttoned up askew, with an orphan buttonhole at the bottom.
"Look, it is late, you are tired." "You're tired?" I shot back with more than a touch of malice, but he only nodded, without rancour. "Yes, I am tired. I think there is nothing we can do now until the morning." "A woman has been thrown—" "There is no proof," he said, louder, his voice cutting over mine, and for the first time there was exasperation in his tone. "I'm sorry, Miss Blacklock," he said more quietly. "I should not have contradicted you, but I don't feel there is sufficient evidence to wake the other passengers at this point. Let us both get some sleep."
"And you can sober up," was the unspoken translation.
"And we will try to resolve this in the morning. Perhaps if I take you to meet the ship's staff, we can track down this girl that you saw in the cabin. It is evident that she was not a passenger, correct?"
"She wasn't at the dinner last night," I admitted. "But what if she was a staff member? What if someone's missing and we're wasting time in raising the alarm?"
"I'll speak to the captain and the purser now. Let them know the situation. But there are no staff unaccounted for that I am aware of. If there were, someone would have noticed. This is a very small ship with a tight-knit crew. It would be hard for someone to go missing undetected, even for a few hours."
"I just think—" I began, but he cut me off, politely and firmly this time.
"Miss Blacklock, I will not wake up sleeping staff and passengers for no good reason. I'm sorry. I will inform the captain and the purser that they will take whatever action they see fit. In the meantime, perhaps you could give me a description of the girl you saw, and I can double-check the passenger manifest and arrange that all the off-duty staff members who match the description are in the staff restaurant for you to meet tomorrow after breakfast."
"All right," I said sulkily. I was beaten. I knew what I had seen, what I'd heard, but Nielsen was not budging, that much was plain. And what could I do, out here in the middle of the ocean?
"So," he prompted, "she was how old? How tall? Was she Caucasian, Asian, black?"
"Late 20s, I said. "About my height. White, very pale skin, in fact. She spoke English."
"With an accent?"
Nielsen put in. I shook my head. "No, she was English. Or if she wasn't, she was completely bilingual. She had long, dark hair. I can't remember what colour eyes. Dark brown, I think. I'm not certain. Slimish build. She was just pretty. That's all I remember."
"Pretty?"
"Yes, pretty. You know, nice features, clear skin. She was wearing makeup, lots of eye makeup. Oh, and she was wearing a Pink Floyd t-shirt." Nielsen wrote it all down solemnly, and then rose, the springs squeaking in protest, or perhaps relief.
"Thank you, Miss Blacklock. And now I think we should both get some sleep."
He rubbed his face, looking for all the world like a big blonde bear dragged out of hibernation. "What time should I expect you tomorrow?"
"What time would suit you? 10, 10:30?
"Earlier," I said. "I won't sleep. Not now." I was buzzing, and I knew I would never get back to sleep.
"Well, my shift starts at 8. Is that too early?"
"That's perfect," I said firmly. He walked to the door, suppressing a yawn as he did, and I watched as he lumbered off along the corridor towards the stairs. Then I shut and double-locked the door and went and lay on the bed, staring at the sea. The waves were dark and slick in the moonlight, heaving themselves up like the backs of whales, then slipping back down, and I lay and felt the boat rise and fall with the swell. I would never sleep. I knew that, not with my blood ringing in my ears and my heart beating an angry staccato rhythm in my chest. I would never relax. I was furious, but I was not sure why. Because a woman's body was, even now, floating down into the black darkness of the North Sea, probably never to be found? Or was part of it something smaller, baser, the fact that Nielsen had not believed me? Maybe he's right, the nasty little voice in my head whispered. Pictures flitted across my mind's eye, me cowering in the shower because of a door blowing shut in the wind, defending myself against a non-existent intruder by attacking Judah. Are you completely sure? You're not exactly the most reliable witness, and at the end of the day, what did you actually see? I saw the blood, I told myself, and a girl is missing. Explain that. I switched the light out and drew the cover across myself, but I didn't sleep. Instead, I lay on my side, watching the sea, rising and falling in strange hypnotic silence outside the thick, storm-proof panes. And I thought, there is a murderer on this boat, and no one knows but me. Chapter 12.
Miss Blacklock.
The knock came again, and I heard a passkey in the door, and the bang as the door opened a centimetre, and the security chain pulled taut.
Miss Blacklock, it's Johan Nielsen. Are you okay? It's 8 o'clock. You asked me to call you.
What? I struggled up onto my elbows, my head pounding with the effort. Why the hell had I asked to be called at 8 o'clock?
1 sec,
I managed. My mouth was dry, as if I'd swallowed ashes, and I reached for the glass of water by my bed and choked some down. As I did, the memory of last night came flooding back, the noise that had woken me in the night, the blood on the veranda glass, the body, the splash. I swung my legs out of bed and felt the boat shift and lurch beneath me, and I felt suddenly and violently nauseous. I ran to the bathroom and just managed to get myself positioned over the bowl in time for the retching heave of last night's dinner against clean white porcelain.
Miss Blacklock?
Go away. The words didn't make it out of my mouth, but maybe the sound of splashing vomit conveyed the sentiment, because the door shut very quietly and I was able to stand up and examine myself without an audience. I looked awful. The dregs of my eye makeup was smudged across my cheeks. I had sick in my hair and my eyes were bloodshot and red-rimmed. The bruise on my cheek just added to the whole impression. The sea was rougher this morning, and everything around the sink shifted and clinked. I pulled my dressing gown around me, went back into the cabin, and pulled the door open the tiniest crack, barely enough to see through.
I've got to take a shower,
I said tersely. Do you mind waiting? And then I shut the door. Inside the bathroom, I flushed the toilet and wiped around the rim, trying to destroy all traces of my vomit. But when I straightened, it was not my pale, ravaged face that caught my eye, but the tube of Maybelline mascara, standing sentinel by the sink. As I stood, clutching the vanity table, my breath coming short and sharp, the ship gave another roll, and everything on the countertop shifted and wobbled, and the tube fell with a tiny crack and rolled into the bin. I reached in and pulled it out, holding it in my fist. It was the only tangible evidence that the girl had existed, that I wasn't going mad. 10 minutes later, I was dressed in jeans and a crisp white shirt, pressed by whoever unpacked my case, and my face was pale but clean. I pulled back the security chain and opened the door to find Nielsen waiting patiently in the corridor, talking on a radio. He looked up when he saw me and shut it off.
"I'm very sorry, Miss Blacklock," he said. "Perhaps I should not have woken you, but you were so insistent last night."
"It's fine," I said through gritted teeth. I didn't mean to sound quite so curt, but if I opened my mouth too much, I might be sick again. Thank God the movement of the boat provided an alibi for my queasy stomach. Being a bad sailor was not exactly chic, but it was less unprofessional than being considered an alcoholic.
"I have spoken to the staff," Nielsen said. "No one has been reported missing, but I suggest you come down to the staff quarters and see if the woman you spoke to is there. It may put your mind at rest."
I was about to protest that she wasn't staff, not unless the cleaners valeted rooms wearing Pink Floyd t-shirts and not much else, but then I shut my mouth. I wanted to see below decks for myself. I followed him along the lurching corridor to a small service door by the stairwell. It was fitted with a keypad lock into which he quickly tapped a 6-digit code, and the door swung open. From the outside, I would have assumed the door hid a cleaning cupboard, but in fact there was a small, dimly lit landing and a flight of narrow stairs leading down into the depths of the ship. As we descended, I realized, unsettlingly, that we must now be below the waterline, or very near it. We emerged into a cramped corridor that had a completely different feel to the passenger part of the ship. Everything was different. The ceiling was lower, the air was several degrees hotter, and the walls closer together and painted a dingy shade of beige. The lights were dim fluorescents with a strange high-frequency flicker that made your eyes tire almost at once. Doors opened off to the left and right, 8 or 10 cabins crammed into the same space as 2 above. We passed one door that was ajar, and I saw a windowless cabin lit by the same greying fluorescent light, and an Asian woman sitting on a bunk inside pulling on her tights, her head and shoulders cramped in the narrow space beneath the bunk above. She looked nervously up as Nielsen passed, and then at the sight of me her face froze like a panicked rabbit in the headlights. For a moment she just sat motionless, and then with a convulsive start she reached out with her foot and kicked the door shut, the sound as loud as a gunshot in the confined space. I felt myself blush like a peeping Tom caught in the act, and hurried after Nielsen's retreating back.
"This way,"
Nielsen said over his shoulder, and we turned into a door marked Staff Mess. This room was larger at least, and I felt the growing sense of claustrophobia lift slightly. The ceiling was still low, and there were still no windows, but the room opened out into a small dining room, like a miniature version of a hospital canteen. There were only 3 tables, each seating maybe half a dozen people, but the formica surfaces, steel grab rails, and the powerful smell of institutional cooking combined to underline the difference between this deck and the one above. Camilla Lidman was seated alone at one of the tables, drinking coffee and going through some kind of spreadsheet on a laptop. Across the room, 5 girls were sitting around another eating breakfast pastries. They looked up as we entered. "Hey, Johan," one of them said, followed with something in Swedish or maybe Danish, I wasn't sure.
"Let's speak in English, please,"
Nielsen said,
"as we have a guest present. Miss Blacklock is trying to trace a woman she saw in the next-door cabin, number 10, Palmgren. The woman she saw was white, with long dark hair in her late 20s or early 30s, and she spoke good English."
"Well, there's me and Birgitta.
said one of the girls with a smile, nodding at her friend opposite. My name is Hanny, but I don't think I've been in Palmgren. I work behind the bar mainly. Birgitta? But I was shaking my head. Hanny and Birgitta both had pale skin and dark hair, but neither was the girl from the cabin, and even though Hanny's English was excellent, she had a noticeable Scandinavian accent. I'm Carla, Miss Blacklock, said one of the two blonde girls. We met yesterday, if you recall, and we spoke on the phone last night. Of course, I said absently, but I was too busy scanning the faces of the other girls to pay proper attention. Carla and the fourth girl at the table were both blonde, and the fifth had Mediterranean colouring and very short hair, almost a pixie cut. More importantly, none of them looked like my memory of that vivid, impatient face. It's not any of you, I said. Is there anyone else who fits the description? What about the cleaners, or the sailing crew? Birgitta frowned and said something to Hanny in Swedish. Hanny shook her head and spoke in English. The crew are mainly men. There's one woman, but she's red-headed, and perhaps 40 or 50, I think. But Ivona, one of the cleaners, would match her description. She's Polish. I'll get her, Carla said. She got up with a smile and squeezed out from behind the table. There's Eva, Nilsson said thoughtfully as Carla left the room. She's one of the spa therapists, he added to me. She's up in the spa, I think, said Hanny. Setting up for the day, but she's in her late 30s at least, maybe 40s. We'll go and speak to her after this, Nilsson said. Don't forget Ulla, the pixie-haired girl spoke up for the first time. Ah, yes, Nilsson said. Is she on duty? Ulla is one of the stewards for the forward cabins and the Nobel suite, he added to me. The girl nodded. Yes, but I think she'll be coming off shortly. Miss Blacklock, said a voice from behind me, and I turned to see Carla presenting a colleague, a small, dumpy woman in her 40s with dyed black hair showing threads of grey at the roots. This is Ivona. I can to help? Ivona said in a heavy Polish accent. There is a problem? I shook my head. I'm so sorry. I wasn't sure whether to address the answer to Ivona, Nilsson, or Carla. You're not the woman I saw. But I just want to say, there's no question of this woman being in trouble. It's not that she's stolen something or anything like that. I'm worried about her. I heard a scream. A scream? Hanny's narrow eyebrows nearly disappeared into her fringe, and she exchanged a look with Carla, who opened her mouth to say something, but just then from behind us, Camilla Lidman spoke for the first time. I am sure none of the crew is the woman you're looking for, Miss Blacklock. She came across the room to stand by the table, putting her hand on Hanny's shoulder. They would have said if they had any cause for alarm. We are a very... what's the expression? Very tightly knitted. Very close, Carla said. Her gaze flickered to Camilla Lidman and back to me, and she smiled, although her raised, overplucked brows gave the expression an oddly unconvincing, anxious air. We are a very happy crew. Never mind, I said. I could see I wasn't going to get anything out of these girls. The mention of the scream had been a mistake. They had closed ranks now. And maybe speaking to them with Camilla and Nilsson present had been an error too. Don't worry, I'll go and speak to Eva, was it? And Ulla. Thank you for talking to me. But if you hear anything at all, I'm in cabin 9, Linnaeus. Please do come and see me, any time. We have heard nothing, said Hanny firmly. But of course we will let you know if that changes. Have a wonderful day, Miss Blacklock. Thanks, I said. As I turned, the ship lurched, making the girls give little laughing shrieks of alarm and clutch hold of their coffees. I stumbled and would have fallen if Nielsen hadn't grabbed my arm.
"Are you all right, Miss Blacklock?"
I nodded, but actually his grip had hurt, leaving my arm aching. The shock of the movement had sent a stabbing pain through my head, and I wished I'd taken an aspirin before heading out.
"I enjoy that the Aurora is a smaller ship, not one of these Caribbean monsters, but it does mean that you can feel the impact of a big wave more than you might on a larger vessel. Are you sure you're okay?"
I'm fine, I said shortly, rubbing my arm. Let's go and speak to Eva.
"First, let us take a detour via the kitchen,"
Nielsen said.
"Then we can head up to the spa to speak to Eva, and finally we can finish in the breakfast room."
He had a list of staff in his hand and was crossing off names.
"That should be everyone, apart perhaps from 2 members of the sailing crew and a few cabin stewards we can find at the end."
Fine, I said tersely. In truth, I wanted to get out from the claustrophobic walls and the airless corridors, away from the grey lighting and the feeling of being hemmed in, trapped below the waterline. I had a brief, horrible image of the ship striking something, water flooding the confined space, mouths gasping for the fleeing scraps of air. But I could not give up now. To do that would be to admit defeat, to admit that Nielsen was right. I followed him down a corridor towards the nose of the ship, feeling the floor shift and lurch beneath me, while the smell of cooking became stronger. There was bacon and hot fat, and the distinctive buttery tang of baking croissants, but also boiled fish and gravy, and something sweet. The combination brought a rush of saliva to my mouth, not in a good way, and I gritted my teeth again and grabbed hold of the rail as the ship heaved up another wave and dropped into the trough, leaving my stomach behind. I was just wondering whether it was too late to ask Nielsen if we could turn back when he stopped at a steel door with 2 small glass windows in and pushed it open. White-hatted heads turned, their faces registering polite surprise as they saw me standing behind Nielsen.
"Hej, alla,"
Nielsen said, followed by something else in Swedish. He turned to me.
"I'm sorry. All of the deck and hospitality staff speak English, but not all the cooks do. I'm just explaining why we're here."
There were smiles and nods from the staff, and one of the chefs came forward, his hand stuck out.
"Hello, Miss Blacklock,"
he said in excellent English.
"My name is Otto Jansen. Any of my staff will be pleased to help, although they do not all speak good English. I can translate. What do you need to know?"
But I couldn't speak. I could only gulp, staring down at his outstretched hand in the pale latex catering glove, while the blood hissed in my ears. I looked up into his friendly blue eyes and then back down at the glove, with dark hairs showing through, pressed against the rubber, and thought, I must not scream. I must not scream. Jansen looked down at his hand, as if to see what I was gaping at, and then laughed and pulled the glove off with his other hand.
"So sorry. I forget I'm wearing these. They are for catering, you know."
He threw the pale, flaccid glove into the bin and then shook my limp, unresisting hand, his grip firm, his fingers warm and slightly dusty from the latex coating. "I'm looking for a girl," I said, knowing I was being abrupt, but too shaken to be more polite. "Dark-haired, about my age or a bit younger. Pretty, with pale skin. She didn't have an accent. She was either English or completely bilingual."
"I'm sorry,"
Jansen said regretfully, and he did look sorry.
"I don't think any of my staff fit that description, though you are welcome to take a walk around and see if any of them are the girl you are looking for. I have only 2 female staff members, and neither speak very good English. Jamila is over by the serving hatch, and Ingrid is on salads behind the grill station there, but neither of them fit your description. Perhaps one of the stewards or waiting staff.
I craned my head to see the 2 women he indicated, and saw that he was right. Neither was remotely like the girl I'd seen. Although she had her head bowed and her body hunched away from me, I was certain that Jamila was the Asian woman I'd seen in the cabin as we came down. She was Pakistani or Bangladeshi, I thought, and absolutely tiny, probably not even 5 foot tall. Ingrid, on the other hand, was Scandinavian and at least 14 stone, plus she had a good 6 inches on me. As I looked at her, she put her hands on her hips, squaring up to me almost aggressively, although I knew it was unfair to think that. It was her height that made the gesture seem threatening. "Never mind," I said. "Sorry for disturbing you."
"Tack, Otto,"
Nielsen said, and then made a joke in Swedish that set Otto laughing. He patted Nielsen on the back and said something that made Nielsen guffaw in return, a great belly laugh that set his stomach shaking. He raised his hand to the rest of the crew.
"Hey, da,"
he called, and then ushered me out into the corridor.
"I'm sorry about that,"
he said over his shoulder as he led the way towards the stairs.
"The official language of the boat is English, and it's policy that we don't speak other languages in front of our English guests, but I thought, under the circumstances—"
He trailed off, and I nodded. "It's fine. Better that everyone was comfortable and understood what they were being asked properly." We were passing the crew's cabins again, and I glanced in at the few open doors, shocked afresh at the dinginess of the cramped quarters. I couldn't imagine spending week after week, month after month in the windowless confines. Perhaps Nielsen felt my silence at his back, for he spoke again.
"They're a little small, aren't they? But there's only a dozen or so staff on the boat, excluding the sailing crew, so we don't need much space. And I can tell you, they are better than much of the accommodation on rival ships."
I didn't say what I was thinking, that it was not the space itself that shocked, but the contrast with the light, airy rooms above. In truth, the rooms were no worse than those in plenty of cross-channel ferries I'd travelled on. In fact, they were more spacious than some, but it was the graphic illustration of the gap between the haves and have-nots that was upsetting. A modern upstairs-downstairs in action. "Does everyone share?" I asked, as we passed a darkened cabin where someone was getting dressed with the door ajar while their bunkmate snored. Nielsen shook his head.
"The junior staff share cabins, the cleaners and the younger stewards and so on, but all the senior staff have their own."
We had reached the staircase that led to the upper deck, and I made my way slowly up, following Nielsen's wide back and holding on to the grab rails. Nielsen opened the dividing door that separated the guests' part of the ship from the workers, and then turned to me as he shut the door behind us.
"I'm sorry that did not work out so well," he said. "I had hoped that one of the girls would be the woman you saw and put your mind at rest."
"Look," I rubbed my face, feeling the roughness of the healing scar on my cheek and the pressure headache that was beginning to build. "I'm not sure."
"Let's press on and speak to Eva,"
Nielsen said firmly, and he turned and led the way along the corridor towards yet another set of stairs. The ship seemed to be making heavy going, lurching from one huge wave to another. I swallowed against the gush of spit in my mouth and felt the cold clamminess of sweat on my spine beneath my shirt. For a moment, I almost considered ducking back to my cabin. It wasn't only my head, I still had to finish reading the press pack and make a start on the piece Rowan would be expecting when I got back. I was horribly conscious that Ben, Tina, Alexander, and all the others were probably already making notes, filing pieces, Googling Bulmer, and sorting out press shots. But then I steeled myself. If I wanted Nielsen to take me seriously, I had to go through with this. And as much as I wanted to climb the ladder at velocity, some things were more important. We found Eva in the spa reception, a beautiful, tranquil room on the upper deck, almost all glass, with long curtains that caught in the breeze as we opened the door. The glass walls looked out onto the deck, the lights searingly bright after the beige warren of dimly lit rooms below. A striking, dark-haired woman in her 40s, with wide gold hoops in her ears, looked up as Nielsen and I entered.
"Johann," she said pleasantly, "what can I do for you? And this must be—"
"Low Blacklock," I said, holding out my hand. I felt instantly better out of the confines of the staff quarters, the clammy nausea retreating in the sea breeze.
"Good morning, Miss Blacklock,"
she said, smiling. I shook her hand, her grip firm, her fingers bony but strong. Her English was astonishingly good, almost as good as the girl in the cabins had been. But it wasn't her. She was much too old, her carefully moisturized skin betraying that slight weathering of a complexion that had seen a little too much sun.
"What can I do for you?"
"I'm sorry," I said. "I was looking for someone, and the girls below deck suggested it might be you, but it's not."
"Miss Blacklock saw a woman last night," Nielsen put in the cabin next to hers. "She was in her 20s, with long dark hair and pale skin. Miss Blacklock heard some noises that made her concerned, and we were trying to ascertain if it was a member of staff."
"I'm afraid it wasn't me," Eva said, but quite kindly. There was no trace of the slightly tribal defensiveness the girls downstairs had betrayed. She gave a little laugh.
"If I'm being honest, it's a long time since I was in my 20s. Have you spoken to the stewards? Hanny and Brigitte both have dark hair and are around that age, and so does Ulla." "Yes, we've spoken to them," Nielsen said, "and we're on our way to see Ulla now."
"She's not in any trouble," I said. "The woman, I mean. I'm worried for her. If you can think of anyone it might be." "I'm sorry not to be able to help," Eva said. She spoke directly to me, and she did look sorry. The most genuinely concerned of any of the people I had spoken to so far. There was a little frown between her beautifully plucked brows.
"I really am, if I hear anything."
"Thank you," I said.
"Thanks, Eva," Nielsen repeated and turned to go. "You're welcome," Eva said. She walked us to the door. "I look forward to seeing you later, Miss Blacklock."
"Later?"
"At 11 a.m. It is the ladies' spa experience. In your press schedule?"
"Thanks," I said. "See you then." As I turned to leave, I thought guiltily of the unread pages of the press pack back in my cabin and wondered what else I might have missed. We left the spa via the exit to the deck. As the door swung back, it was wrenched out of my hand by the strong breeze, banging sharply against a rubber stand put there for the purpose. Nielsen closed it behind me, and I moved to the ship's rail, shivering in the wind.
"Are you cold?"
Nielsen shouted above the roar of the wind and the noise of the engines. I shook my head. "No. I mean, yes, I am, but I need the fresh air."
"Are you still feeling unwell?"
"Not out here, but my head's aching." I stood holding on to the cold, painted iron of the railing, and I leaned out, looking down past the glass-walled balconies of the cabins aft, down at the creaming waves of the ship's wake and the great expanse of sea further out, unimaginably deep and cold. I thought of the fathoms of swirling blackness beneath us, of the darkness and silence below, and how someone, might fall for days through those black depths, to rest at last on a lightless seabed. I thought of the girl the night before, how easy it would be for someone, Nielsen, Eva, anyone, to just walk up behind me, give me a gentle push. I shuddered. What had happened? I couldn't have imagined it. The scream and the splash, maybe, but not the blood. I couldn't have imagined that. I took a huge lungful of the clean North Sea air, turned around and smiled determinedly at Nielsen, shaking my hair back where the wind had whipped it across my face. So, whereabouts are we?
International waters,
Nielsen said.
On our way to Trondheim, I believe.
Trondheim? I tried to think back to the talk the night before. I thought Lord Bulmer said we were going to Bergen first.
A change of plan, perhaps? I know that Lord Bulmer is very much hoping that you will all get a glimpse of the Northern Lights. Perhaps there are particularly good conditions tonight, so he wanted to hasten north. Or it might have been a suggestion of the captain. There may be climatic reasons why it's better to do the trip that way around. We have no fixed itinerary. We are very much able to cater to the whims of our passengers. It may be that someone at dinner last night was particularly anxious to see Trondheim.
What's in Trondheim?
Trondheim itself? Well, there is a famous cathedral, and parts of the city are very attractive, but it's mainly the fjords. That and the fact that the city is of course much further north than Bergen, so there's a better chance of seeing the aurora. But it might be that we have to go further north still, to Bodø or even Tromsø. At this time of year, it's still uncertain.
I see. For some reason, his words unsettled me. It was one thing to feel yourself part of an organized trip. It was quite another to realize you were a helpless passenger with someone else at the wheel.
Miss Blacklock.
Call me Lo, I interrupted. Please.
Lo, then.
Nielsen's broad, comfortable face looked pained.
I don't want you to think that I don't believe you, Lo. But in the cold light of day...
Am I still sure? I finished. He nodded. I sighed unhappily, thinking back to my doubts of the night before, and the way Nielsen's unspoken question echoed the unpleasant little nagging voice at the back of my skull. I twisted my fingers in the cloth of my top before I spoke. The truth is, I don't know. It was late, and you're right, I had been drinking. I could have been mistaken about the scream and the splash, even the blood. I guess it could have been a trick of the light, although I'm pretty sure of what I saw. But the woman in the cabin? There's no way I could have imagined her. I just couldn't. I saw her. I spoke to her. If she's not here, not on the ship, I mean, then where is she? There was a long silence.
Well, we haven't spoken to Ulla, he said at last. From your description, I'm not sure it's her, but we should rule it out at least.
He drew out his staff radio and began tapping at the buttons.
I don't know about you, but I could do with a coffee. So perhaps we could ask her to meet us in the breakfast room.
The breakfast room was the same room we had eaten dinner in last night, but the two large tables had been broken up into half a dozen smaller ones. When Nielsen pushed open the door, there was no one there, apart from a young waiter with corn-coloured hair swept into a side parting. He came forward to greet me with a smile.
Miss Blacklock, are you ready for breakfast?
Yes, please, I said vaguely, looking around the room. Where should I sit?
Anywhere you like.
He waved a hand at the empty tables.
Most of the other guests have chosen to breakfast in their cabins. Perhaps by the window? Can I bring you tea, coffee?
Coffee, please, I said. Milk, no sugar.
And a cup for me, please, Bjorn,
Nielsen said.
And then, over Bjorn's shoulder, "Ah, hello, Ulla." I turned to see a stunningly beautiful girl with a heavy black bun walking across the dining room to our table. "Hello, Johan," she said. Her accent clinched the matter, but I was sure even before she spoke that she wasn't the girl in the cabin. She was singularly beautiful, her skin against her black hair as white and clear as porcelain. The girl in the cabin had been vividly good-looking, but not that delicate classical loveliness like a Renaissance painting. Also, Ulla must have been nearly 6 foot. The girl in the cabin had been around my height, nowhere near Ulla's. Nielsen gave me a questioning look, but I shook my head. Bjorn returned with 2 cups on a tray and a menu for me, and Nielsen cleared his throat. "Won't you have a cup with us, Ulla?" "Thank you," she said, shaking her head so that her heavy bun swayed at the nape of her neck. "I've had breakfast already today, but I'll sit for a moment." She slipped onto a chair opposite and looked at us both, smiling expectantly. Nielsen coughed again. "Miss Blacklock, this is Ulla. She's the stewardess for the forward cabins. So the Bulmers, the Jensens, Cole Lederer, and Owen White. Ulla, Miss Blacklock is looking for a girl that she saw yesterday and is anxious to trace. She's not on the passenger list, so we are thinking she may be a member of staff, but we have had no luck in finding her. Miss Blacklock, do you want to describe the girl you saw?" I ran through the brief description for what felt like the 100th time. "Can you think of anyone?" I was aware my voice had started to sound pleading. "Anyone who would fit that description?" "Well, I have dark hair, obviously," Ulla said with a laugh. "But it was not me, so after that I am not so sure. There is Hanni, she has dark hair, and Birgitta." "I've met them," I interrupted. "It's not them. Anyone else? Cleaners? Sailing crew?" No. There's no one on the sailing crew who could fit that description," Ulla said slowly. "On the staff there is also Eva, but she is too old. Have you spoken to the kitchen staff?" Never mind. I was beginning to despair. This was starting to feel like a recurring nightmare, interviewing person after person, while all the time the memory of the dark-haired girl began to dissolve and shimmer, slipping through my fingers like water. The more faces I saw, each corresponding slightly but not completely to my memory, the harder I was finding it to hold on to the image in my head. And yet there was something defining about that girl, something I was sure I'd recognize if I saw her again. It wasn't the features. They were pretty, but ordinary enough. It wasn't the hair or the Pink Floyd t-shirt. It was something about her, the sheer liveliness and vivacity of her expression as she had peered sharply out into the corridor, her surprise as she had seen my face. Was it really possible she was dead? But the alternative was not much better, because if she wasn't, the only other possibility, and suddenly I wasn't sure if it was better or worse, was that I was going mad. Chapter 13. Ulla and Nielsen both excused themselves when my breakfast arrived, leaving me to stare out of the window as I ate. Up here, with a view of the sea and the deck, I didn't feel quite so sick, and I managed a respectable amount of breakfast, feeling the energy come back into my limbs and the nagging nausea abate. It struck me that at least half the reason I had been feeling so crap was probably low blood sugar. I always get strange and shaky on an empty stomach. But though the food and the sight of the ocean made me feel physically better, I could not stop running over last night's events in my head, replaying the conversation with the girl, the surprise on her face, the touch of irritation as she shoved the mascara into my hand. Something had been going on,
I was sure of it. It felt like coming into a film halfway through, struggling to work out who the characters were. I had interrupted the girl doing something. But what? Whatever it was probably linked to her disappearance. And whatever Nielsen thought, I could not believe she had been cleaning the room. No one cleaned a room in a thigh-skimming Pink Floyd t-shirt. And besides, she just hadn't looked like a cleaner. You didn't get hair and nails like that on a cleaner's wage. The gloss on that thick, dark mane had spoken of years of conditioning wraps and expensive lowlights. Industrial espionage? A stowaway? An affair? I remembered the cold glint in Cole's eyes as he spoke about his ex-wife, and Camilla Lidman's bland reassurances downstairs. I thought of Nielsen's lumbering strength, of Alexander unpleasantly dwelling on the topic of poison and unnatural death last night at dinner, but each possibility seemed more unlikely than the last. It was her face that troubled me. The more I struggled to remember it, the more it blurred. The concrete bits, her height, the colour of her hair, the state of her nails, all that I could picture clearly. But her features, a neat nose, narrow, dark brows, carefully plucked, that was about it. I could say what she was not: plump, old, acne-spotted. Saying what she was far harder. Her nose had been normal. Her mouth, normal. Not wide, not rosebud, not pouting, not bee-stung. Just normal. There was nothing distinctive that I could put my finger on. She could have been me. I knew what Nielsen wanted. He wanted me to forget what I'd heard. The scream, the stealthy slide of the veranda door, and that horrible, huge, slithering splash. He wanted me to start doubting my own account of things. He was taking me seriously only to make me start undermining myself. He was letting me ask all the questions I wanted, enough to convince myself of my own fallibility. And part of me couldn't blame him. This was the Aurora's maiden voyage, and the boat was stuffed with journalists and photographers and influential people. There was hardly a worse time for something to go wrong. I can imagine the headlines now. Voyage to death. Passenger on luxury press trip drowned. As head of security, Nielsen's neck would be on the line. He'd lose his job at the very least if something went wrong on his watch, on the very first voyage he was involved in. But more than that, the kind of publicity that an unexplained death would generate could sink the whole enterprise. Something like this could scupper the Aurora before she was even launched. And if that happened, everyone on board could lose their jobs, from the captain down to Ivona the cleaner. I knew that. But I had heard something. Something that had made me start from my sleep with my heart pounding 200 beats per minute, my palms wet with sweat, and the conviction that somewhere very close by, another woman was in grave trouble. I knew what it was like to be that girl, to realize in an instant how incredibly fragile your hold on life could be, how paper-thin the walls of security really were. And whatever Nielsen might say, if nothing had happened to that girl, then where was she? The scream, the blood, all those I could have imagined. But the girl, I definitely hadn't imagined the girl. And she could not have vanished into thin air without help. I rubbed my eyes, feeling the gritty residue of last night's eye makeup, and I thought of the one thing that proved she had not been a figment of my imagination, that Maybelline mascara. Wild thoughts tripped through my head one after the other. I would take it back to England in a plastic bag and get it fingerprinted. No, better yet, I'd get it DNA tested. There was DNA on makeup brushes, wasn't there? On CSI Miami, they would have based an entire prosecution case on a trapped eyelash. There must be something they could do. I pushed aside the mental image of myself marching up to Crouch End police station with a mascara in a bag and demanding advanced forensic analysis from a police officer only barely restraining his amused smile. Someone would believe me. They had to. And if they didn't, I'd pay to get it done myself. I pulled out my phone, ready to Google private DNA testing cost, but even before I had unlocked the home screen, I realised how crazy it was. I wasn't going to get police-grade DNA testing from an internet company specialising in cheating spouses. And what would the results tell me anyway, without anything to compare it to? Instead, I found myself checking my email. Nothing from Judah. In fact, nothing at all. There was no phone reception, but I seemed to be connected to the boat's Wi-Fi network, and I forced a refresh. But nothing happened. The little update icon whirred, and then no network connection popped up. With a sigh, I put the phone away in my pocket and surveyed the blueberries on my plate. The pancakes had been delicious, but my appetite was gone. It seemed impossible. Surreal. I'd witnessed a murder, or heard one at least, and yet here I was trying to force down pancakes and coffee, while all the time there was a murderer walking free, and there was nothing I could do. Did they know they'd been heard and reported? With all the noise I'd been making and the questions I'd been asking all round the boat, if they didn't last night, they did now. The boat took another wave, broadside on, and I pushed the plate away and stood up.
"Is there anything else, Miss Blacklock?" Björn asked, and I jumped violently and swung around.
He had appeared as if by magic from a door set into the panelling at the back of the room. It was almost impossible to see unless you knew it was there. Had he been there all that time, watching me? Was there some kind of spy hole? I shook my head and did my best to smile as I walked across the slowly tilting floor. "No, thank you, Björn. Thanks for all your help."
"Have a wonderful morning. Do you have plans? If you haven't tried it, the view from the deck-top hot tub is stunning."
I had a sudden vision of myself, alone in the hot tub, a hand in a latex glove pushing me beneath the water. I shook my head again. "I'm supposed to be going to the spa, I think, but I might go for a lie down in my cabin first. I'm very tired. I didn't sleep well last night."
"Of course." He pronounced it, "of course." "I completely understand. A little aura and aura is prescribed, perhaps."
Ara and Ara?
Is that not the expression? Aura and aura? Rest and relaxation?
Oh, I blushed. Rest and relaxation. Yes, of course. Sorry. Like I said, I'm so tired. I was edging towards the door, my skin suddenly crawling at the thought of the unseen eyes who could be watching our conversation. At least in my cabin I could be sure of being alone.
"Enjoy your rest."
"I will," I said. I turned to go and walked slap into a bleary-eyed Ben Howard.
"Blacklock."
"Howard."
"Last night,"
he said awkwardly. I shook my head. I wasn't about to have this conversation in front of the softly spoken Björn, who was smiling at the opposite side of the room.
"Let's not go there," I said curtly. "We were both drunk. Have you only just woken up?" "Yeah." He stifled a huge yawn. "After I left your cabin, I bumped into Archer and we ended up playing poker with Lars and Richard Bulmer until stupid o'clock."
"Oh." I chewed my lip. "What time did you get to bed?"
"Christ knows. 4-ish, I think."
Only because I started and then stopped. Nielsen did not believe me. I was getting to the point where I barely believed myself. But Ben, he would believe me, right? I thought back to our time together, to how it ended. Suddenly I wasn't so sure. Never mind, I said shortly. I'll tell you later. Have your breakfast.
Are you all right?
He said as I turned to go.
You look terrible.
Great. Thanks.
No, I just mean, you look like you've barely slept.
I didn't. I was trying not to snap, but anxiety and exhaustion were making me more abrupt than I meant. Then, as the boat lurched over another wave, I'm finding this sea a bit rough.
Yeah, I'm lucky. I never get seasick.
There was an irritating touch of smugness in his voice, and I resisted the urge to snap back something short and sharp.
Never mind, we'll be in Trondheim early tomorrow.
Tomorrow? My voice must have betrayed my dismay, for he looked at me sharply.
Yes. Why? What's the matter?
I imagined today, I trailed off. He shrugged.
It's a long way, you know.
Never mind. I needed to get back to my room, think this through, try to work out what I had and hadn't seen. I'm going to go back to my room, have a lie down.
Sure. See you later, Blacklock,
Ben said. His tone was light, but his eyes, as he watched me walk away, were worried. I thought I was heading for the stairs to the cabin deck, but I must have taken a wrong turn because I ended up in the library, a miniature version of a panelled country house library, complete with green-shaded reading lamps and tiered shelving. I sighed and tried to work out where I'd gone wrong and if there was a quicker route back than retracing my steps and facing Ben again. It seemed impossible to get lost on such a small boat, but there was something very confusing about the way the rooms fitted together, like a locking puzzle designed to squeeze out every inch of empty space, and navigating the maze was made more complicated by the way the boat's movement messed with my sense of direction. It didn't help that, unlike a ferry, there were no floor plans and minimal signage, I suppose to help give the impression that this was a private home that you just happened to share with a load of rich people. There were 2 exits, and more or less at random I opened the door to the deck. At least outside I could be certain which way I was facing. As I stepped outside, feeling the wind buffet my face, I heard a hoarse, nicotine-soaked voice beside me.
Darling, it's a miracle you're standing. How are you this morning?
I turned. It was Tina, standing beneath a curved glass smoking shelter, a cigarette between her fingers. She took a long drag.
Little bit the worse for wear.
I suppressed the urge to turn and flee. I was supposed to be networking. I couldn't let a self-inflicted hangover get in the way of that. I attempted to smile, hoping it was convincing. A bit. I shouldn't have drunk so much.
Well, I was rather impressed by the amount you put away, she said with a slightly mocking smile. As my old boss told me when I started at the Express back in the days of the really long lunch, if you can outdrink your interviewee, you're on your way to your first scoop.
I looked at her through the haze of smoke. Office gossip was that she had made her way up the corporate ladder by treading on the backs of more young women than you could count, and then, once she was through the glass ceiling, pulling the ladder up behind her. I remembered Rowan once saying, "Tina is one of those women who thinks every bit of estrogen in the boardroom is a threat to her own existence." But somehow, I couldn't quite square her remarks with the woman standing in front of me. I knew at least one ex-colleague who said she owed Tina her career, and as I looked at her now, her heavily made-up eyes laughing at me, I thought about what it must have been like to be a female journalist in that generation, clawing your way up through the ranks of the old boys' network. It was hard enough now. Maybe it wasn't Tina's fault she couldn't take every other woman in the office with her.
Come here, darling. I'll let you into a little secret, she said, and beckoned me over, her rings chinking on her skeletal fingers. Hair of the dog, followed by a long, slow screw. There was only one possible response that didn't start with ew, and that was a non-committal silence. Tina gave her throaty, nicotine-soaked laugh again. I've shocked you. Not really. It's just, we're slightly short on candidates. I thought you and that sexy little Ben Howard were looking rather friendly last night, she drawled. I repressed a shudder. Ben and I were together years ago, I said firmly, and I've got no desire to go back there. Very sensible, darling. She patted my arm, her rings clinking against my skin. As the Afghans say, a man may never bathe in the same lake twice. I wasn't sure what to say to this. What's your name again? She said abruptly. Louise, was it? Lo, it's short for Laura, actually. Nice to meet you, Lo. And you're with Rowan at Velocity, is that right? Yes, that's right, I said. I'm a features writer. And then, surprising myself, but I'm hoping to cover her maternity leave while she's off. It's partly why I got this trip, I think. They wanted to test the waters, see how I did. Although if this was a test, I was well on my way to failing it. Accusing my hosts of covering up a death was definitely not what Velocity had had in mind. Tina drew on her cigarette again, then spat out a thread of tobacco and looked at me appraisingly. Lot of responsibility, that role. But it's good that you want to step up. And what will you do when she gets back? I opened my mouth to reply, and then stopped. What would I do? Go back to my old job? I was just wondering how to answer when she spoke. Give me a call sometime when we're back in the office. I'm always on the lookout for freelancers, particularly savvy little things with a bit of ambition. I'm on a staff contract, I said regretfully. I appreciated it was a compliment, and I didn't want to throw it back at her, but I was pretty sure my non-compete clause wouldn't let me moonlight. Suit yourself, Tina said with a shrug. The boat lurched as she spoke, and she staggered against the metal rail. Blast! My ciggie's gone out. You don't have a light, do you, sweetie? I left mine in the lounge. I don't smoke, I said. Damn it. She flicked the end over the rail, and we both watched as it was snatched by the wind and whisked out of sight, gone before it even hit the churning water. I really should have given her my card, or at the very least started subtly pumping her about the Vernians' plans for future issues and how far she'd got in buttering up Lord Bulmer. It was what Rowan would have done. Ben would probably have scored a freelance contract by now and sod the non-compete stuff. But right at this moment, with Nielsen probably even now shooting holes in my story to the captain, my career didn't seem as important. If anything, I should be quizzing her, working out her whereabouts last night. After all, Ben had been playing poker with Lars, Archer and Bulmer, which left a comparatively small pool of people who could have been in the cabin next to mine. Was Tina strong enough to push a woman overboard? I eyed her covertly as she began to hobble across the salt-sprayed deck towards the door, her narrow heels skidding slightly on the painted metal deck. She was greyhound thin, more sinew than muscle, but I could imagine there would be a wiry strength in those arms, and the picture Rowan had painted was of a woman whose ruthlessness more than compensated for her physical size. So, how about you? I said, as I followed her towards the door. Did you have a good time last night? She stopped abruptly at that. The heavy door held in one hand, her fingers clenched on the metal, the tendons on the back of her hand standing out like iron cables. She turned to stare at me. What did you say?
Her neck was thrust forward like a velociraptor, her eyes boring into me. I stopped, taken aback by the ferocity of her response. I was just wondering. Well, I suggest you stop wondering and keep your insinuations to yourself. A clever girl like you knows better than to make enemies in this business. Then she let go of the door and let it slam shut behind her. I stood on deck, staring blankly after her retreating back through the salt-misted door and wondering what on earth had just happened. I shook my head and pulled myself together. There was no point in trying to figure it out now. I should be back in the cabin, preserving the one bit of evidence I had left. I had locked the door before I left with Nielsen, but I realised, as I made my way carefully down the stairs to the cabin deck and saw the cleaners pulling their vacuums after them, their trolleys piled with towels and linen, that I had forgotten to put out the "Do Not Disturb" sign. Inside, the suite had been valeted to within an inch of its life. The sink had been polished, the windows cleaned of salt spray. Even my dirty clothes and torn evening dress had magically disappeared. But I wasn't interested in any of it. Instead, I went straight to the bathroom, to the neat ranks of makeup and cleansers on the vanity surface. Where was it? I pushed aside the lipstick and gloss, the toothpaste, moisturiser, eye makeup remover, half-used blister pack of pills, but it wasn't there. No flash of pink and green leapt out at me. Under the counter, then? In the bin? Nothing. I went through to the main bedroom, opening drawers one after another, hunting under chairs. Where was it? Where was it? But I knew the answer even as I sank to the bed, head in my hands. The tube of mascara, my one link to the missing girl, had gone. Haringey Echo, Saturday, 26th of September. London tourist missing from Norwegian cruise vessel. Friends and relatives of missing Londoner Laura Blacklock are said to be growing increasingly concerned about her safety. Blacklock, 32, who resides in West Grove in Haringey, was reported missing by her partner, Judah Lewis, 35, during a holiday aboard the exclusive cruise ship, the Aurora Borealis. Mr. Lewis, who was not with Miss Blacklock on board, reported that he had become concerned after Miss Blacklock did not return messages on board the cruise liner, and when further attempts to contact her failed. A spokesperson for the Aurora Borealis, which left Hull last Sunday on its maiden voyage, confirmed that Blacklock had not been seen since a planned trip to Trondheim on Tuesday the 22nd of September. But the company said that it had been initially assumed that she had decided to curtail her trip. It was only when Miss Blacklock failed to return to the UK on Friday and her partner raised the alarm that they became aware that her departure had not been planned. Pamela Crewe, the missing woman's mother, said that it was extremely out of character for her daughter not to have made contact, and appealed for anyone who might have seen Miss Blacklock, also known as Lo, to come forward. Part 4. Chapter 14. I tried not to let the panic overwhelm me. Someone had been in my room. Someone who knew. Someone who knew what I'd seen and what I'd heard and what I'd said. The minibar had been restocked, and I longed with a sudden visceral sharpness for a drink, but I shoved the thought aside and began to pace the cabin that had seemed so large yesterday and now seemed to be closing in on me. Someone had been in here. But who? The urge to scream, to run away, to hide under the bed and never come out was almost overwhelming. But there was no escape. Not until we reached Trondheim. The realization jolted my thoughts out of their rat run, and I stood, my hands on the dressing table, my shoulders bowed, looking at my white, gaunt face in the mirror. It wasn't just the lack of sleep, and there were deep circles of exhaustion under my eyes, but it was something in my eyes themselves that made me pause. A look of fear, like an animal run to ground. A whining roar came from the corridor, and I remembered with a jolt the cleaners valeting the rooms. I took a deep breath and stood straighter, shaking my hair back over my shoulder. Then I opened the door and put my head out into the corridor, where the hum of the vacuum cleaner still buzzed. Iwona, the Polish woman I had been introduced to downstairs, was cleaning Ben's cabin just up the corridor, the door wide open. "Excuse me," I called, but she didn't hear. I ventured closer. "Excuse me." She jumped and turned around, her hand on her heart. "Excuse," she said, breathlessly, putting her foot down on the switch to silence the hoover. She was wearing the dark blue uniform all the rest of the cleaners wore, her heavy features pink with exertion. "I am startled." "I'm sorry," I said penitently. "I didn't mean to shock you. I wanted to ask, did you clean my room?" "Yes, I did already. Something is not clean?" "No, it's very clean. Beautiful, in fact. It's just that I wondered, did you see a mascara?" "Mess?" She shook her head, her expression uncomprehending. "What it is?" "Mascara for your eyes. Like this." I mimed putting it on, and her face cleared. Yes, I know," she said, and then said something that sounded like tush doresh. I had no idea if this was Polish for mascara or I put it in the bin, but nodded vigorously. Yes, in a pink and green tube, like... I pulled out my phone, meaning to Google Maybelline, but the Wi-Fi still wasn't working. Oh, damn. Never mind. But it's pink and green. Have you seen it? "Yes, I see last night when I cleaned." Shit. "But not this morning?" "No." She shook her head, her face troubled. "Is not in bathroom?" "No." "I am sorry. I did not see. I came to ask Carla, stewardess, if possible to, to buy new?" Her floundering words and worried expression made me realize suddenly what this must seem like. A mad woman half accusing a cleaner of stealing a used mascara. I shook my head, put out my hand to her arm. "I'm sorry, it doesn't matter. Please, don't worry." "But yes, it matter." "No, honestly, it was probably me. I expect I left it in a pocket." But I knew the truth. The mascara was gone. Back in the cabin, I double-locked the door and put the chain across. Then I picked up the phone, pressed 0, and asked to be put through to Nielsen. There was a long, piped music delay, and a woman who sounded like Camilla Lidman came back on the line. "Miss Blacklock, thank you for holding. I'll put you through." There was a click and a crackle, and then a man's deep voice came on the line. "Hello, Johan Nielsen speaking. Can I help you?" "The mascara is gone," I said without preamble. There was a pause. I could feel him sorting through his mental filing cabinet of notes. "The mascara," I said impatiently. "The one I told you about last night, that the woman in cabin 10 gave to me. This proves my point, can't you see?" "I don't see." "Someone came into my cabin and took it." I spoke slowly, trying to keep a hold of myself. I had the strange feeling that if I didn't speak calmly and clearly, I might start screaming down the phone. Why would they do that if they didn't have anything to hide? There was a long pause. "Nielsen?" "I'll come and see you," he said at last.
Are you in your cabin?
Yes.
I'll be about 10 minutes. I'm with the captain. I must finish here, but I will come as soon as possible.
Goodbye, I said, and banged the phone down, more angry than afraid, though I wasn't sure if it was with myself or with Nielsen. I paced the small cabin again, running through the events of last night, the pictures, sounds, fears crowding my head. The feeling I could not get over was one of violation. Someone had been in my room. Someone had taken advantage of the fact that I was busy with Nielsen to come and pick through my belongings and pull out the one piece of evidence that supported my story. But who had access to a key? Ivona? Carla? Josef? There was a knock at the door, and I turned sharply and went to unlock it. Nielsen stood outside, an uneasy mixture of truculent, ursine, and tired. The dark circles under his eyes were not as big as mine, but they were getting there. "Someone took the mascara," I repeated. He nodded.
May I come in?
I stood back, and he edged past me into the room.
Can I sit?
Please. He sat, the sofa protesting gently, and I perched opposite him on the chair from the dressing table. Neither of us spoke. I was waiting for him to begin. Perhaps he was doing the same, or simply trying to find the words. He pinched at the bridge of his nose, a delicate gesture that looked oddly comic in such a big man.
Miss Blacklock.
"Low," I said firmly. He sighed and began again.
Low, then. I have spoken to the captain. None of the staff are missing. We're quite certain of that now. We've also spoken to all the staff, and none of them saw anything suspicious about that cabin, all of which leads us to the conclusion—
"Hey!" I interrupted hotly, as if somehow preventing him from saying the words would affect the conclusion he and the captain had come to.
Miss Blacklock.
"No! No, you don't get to do this."
Don't get to do what?
Call me Miss Blacklock 1 minute, tell me you respect my concerns and I'm a valued passenger, blah, 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 and then the next minute brush me off like a hysterical female who didn't see what she saw.
I don't—
he started, but I cut him off, too angry to listen. You can't have it both ways. Either you believe me or— Oh, no. Wait! I stopped in my tracks, unable to believe I hadn't thought of it before. What about CCTV? Don't you have some kind of security system?
Miss Blacklock.
You could check the tapes of the corridor. The girl will be on there, she must be.
Miss Blacklock,
he said more loudly.
I have spoken to Mr. Howard.
What?
I have spoken to Mr. Howard, he said more wearily. Ben Howard.
So? I said, but my heart was thumping fast. What can Ben possibly know about this?
His cabin is on the other side of the empty one. I went to see him to find out if he could have heard anything, if he could corroborate your account of a splash.
He wasn't there, I said. He was playing poker.
I know that, but he told me—
Nielsen trailed off. Oh, Ben, I thought, and there was a sinking sensation in my stomach. Ben, you traitor. What have you done? I knew what he'd said. I knew it from Nielsen's face, but I wasn't going to let him off the hook that easily. Yes, I said, through gritted teeth. I was going to force him to do this properly. He was going to have to spell this out, one excruciating syllable at a time.
He told me about the man in your flat, the burglar.
That has nothing to do with this.
He
He coughed and folded first his arms, then his legs. The picture of a man his size perched uncomfortably on a sofa, trying to efface himself into nothing, was almost ludicrously comic. I said nothing. The sensation of watching him squirm was almost exquisite. "You know," I thought viciously, "you know what a shit you're being."
Mr. Howard tells me that you haven't been sleeping well since the break-in,"
he managed. I said nothing. I sat there cold and hard with rage against Nielsen, but mostly against Ben Howard. That was the last time I confided in him. Would I never learn?
"And then there is the alcohol,"
he said. His blonde, crumpled face was unhappy.
It doesn't mix well with..."
He trailed off. His head turned towards the bathroom door, to the pathetic pile of personal belongings. "With what?" I said, my voice low and hard and totally unlike my own. Nielsen raised his eyes to the ceiling, his discomfort radiating through the room.
"With antidepressants,"
he said, his voice almost a whisper, and his gaze flicked again to the crumpled, half-used packet of pills beside the sink, and then back to me, every inch of him apologetic. But the words were said. They could not be unsaid, and we both knew it. I sat, saying nothing, but my cheeks were burning as if I'd been slapped. So this was it. Ben Howard really had told him everything, the little shit. A few minutes he'd talked to Nielsen, one conversation, and in that time he'd not only failed to support my story, he'd spilled every detail of my biography that he had to hand and made me look like an unreliable, chemically imbalanced neurotic in the process. Yes, I take antidepressants. So what? No matter that I've been taking and drinking on those pills for years, no matter that I had anxiety attacks, not delusions. But even if I'd had full-blown psychosis, that didn't detract from the fact that, pills or no pills, I saw what I saw. "So that's it then," I said finally, the words clipped and flat. "You think, just because of a handful of pills, I'm a paranoid nutjob who can't tell fact from fiction. You do know that there are hundreds of thousands of people on the same medication I take."
"That is absolutely not what I was trying to say,"
Nielsen said awkwardly.
"But it is a fact that we have no evidence to support your account, and, Miss Blacklock, with respect, what you believe happened is very close to your own experience."
"No!" I shouted, standing up, towering over his unhappily crouched body, in spite of the fact that he must have half a foot on me ordinarily. "I told you, you do not get to do this. You don't get to call me obsequious names and then dismiss what I've told you. Yes, I haven't been sleeping. Yes, I'd been drinking. Yes, someone broke into my flat. It has nothing to do with what I saw."
"But that is the problem, isn't it?"
He stood too now, nettled, a flush across his broad cheeks.
"You didn't see anything. You saw a girl, of which there are many on this boat, and then much later you heard a splash. From that you have jumped to conclusions which are very close to the traumatic event you yourself experienced a few nights ago. A case of 2 and 2 making 5. This does not warrant a murder investigation, Miss Blacklock."
"Get out," I said. The ice around my heart seemed to be melting. I could feel that I was about to give way to something very stupid. "Miss, get out!" I stalked to the door and wrenched it open. My hands were trembling. "Get out!" I repeated. "Now! Unless you want me to call the captain and tell him that a lone female traveller asked you repeatedly to leave her cabin and you refused. Get the fuck out of my cabin!" Nielsen hunched his head into his neck and walked stiffly to the door. He paused for a moment, as if he was about to say something, but perhaps it was my face, or something in my eyes, because when he looked up and met my gaze, he seemed to flinch and turn away. "Goodbye," he said. "Miss—" But I didn't wait to hear any more. I slammed the door in his face, and then flung myself on the bed to sob my heart out. Chapter 15. There's no reason, on paper at least, why I need these pills to get through life. I had a great childhood, loving parents, the whole package. I wasn't beaten, abused, or expected to get nothing but A's. I had only love and support. But that wasn't enough somehow. My friend Erin says we all have demons inside us, voices that whisper we're no good, that if we don't make this promotion or ace that exam, we'll reveal to the world exactly what kind of worthless sack of skin and sinew we really are. Maybe that's true. Maybe mine just have louder voices. But I don't think it's as simple as that. The depression I fell into after university wasn't about exams and self-worth. It was something stranger, more chemical, something that no talking cure was going to fix. Cognitive behavioral therapy, counselling, psychotherapy, none of it really worked in the way that the pills did. Lissy says she finds the notion of chemically rebalancing your mood scary. She says it's the idea of taking something that could alter how she really is. But I don't see it that way. For me, it's like wearing makeup, not a disguise, but a way of making myself more how I really am, less raw, the best me I can be. Ben has seen me without makeup, and he walked away. I was angry for a long time, but in the end I realised I don't blame him. The year I turned 25 was pretty bloody awful. If I could have walked away from myself, I would. But that didn't excuse what he'd done now. "Open up!" The sound of laptop keys stopped, and I heard a chair scrape back. Then the cabin door opened cautiously. "Yes?" Ben's face filled the gap, his expression turning to surprise as he saw me. "Flo, what are you doing here?" "What did you think?" He had the grace to look slightly abashed. "Oh, that." "Yes, that." I pushed past him into his room. "You spoke to Nielsen," I said tightly. "Look." He put up a hand, placating, but I wasn't to be soothed. "Don't look me. How could you, Ben? How long did it take you to spill all the beans? The breakdown, the meds, the fact that I almost lost my job. Did you tell him all that? Did you tell him about the days I couldn't get dressed, couldn't leave the house?" "No, of course not. Christ, how could you think that?" "Just the pills, then, and the fact that I was broken into, and a few other spicy details to give the idea that I'm definitely not to be trusted." "No, it wasn't like that." He walked to the veranda door and then turned to face me, running his hands through his hair so it stood on end. Shit. It all came out. I don't know how. He's good at his job." "You're the journalist. What the hell happened to no comment?" "No comment," he groaned. "You have no idea what you've done," I said. My hands were clenched into fists, my nails biting into my palms, and I forced myself to unclench them, rubbing my aching hands on my jeans.
What do you mean?
Look, hang on, I need a coffee. Want one? I wanted to tell him to sod off, but the truth was I did want a coffee. I nodded, curtly.
White, no sugar, right?
Right.
Some things haven't changed,
he said as he filled the espresso machine with mineral water and slotted in a foil pod. I shot him a look. A hell of a lot has changed, and you know it. How could you tell him that stuff?
I don't know.
He shoved his hands into his unruly hair again, gripping the roots as if he could somehow grasp an excuse out of his head if he pulled hard enough.
He ran into me on the way back from breakfast, stopped me in the corridor and started saying he was concerned about you, stuff about noises in the night. I was hungover. I actually couldn't really work out what he was on about. I thought he was talking about the break-in at first. Then he starts on about you being in a fragile state. Jesus, Lo, I'm sorry. It's not like I went and knocked his door down, desperate for a chat. What was he on about?
It doesn't matter. I took the coffee he held out. It was too hot to drink, and I held it in my lap.
It does. It's clearly knocked you for 6. Did something happen last night?
About 95% of me wanted to tell Ben Howard to piss off, and that he had forfeited the right to my trust by blabbing about my private life and reliability as a witness to Nielsen. Unfortunately, the remaining 5% seemed to be particularly forceful. I swallowed against the ache in my throat and the desire to tell someone what had happened. Maybe if I told Ben, he could suggest something I'd not thought of. He was a reporter, after all, and, though it hurt to admit it, a pretty respected one. I took a deep breath and then relayed the story I'd told Nielsen the night before, gabbling this time, desperate to make my case convincing. And the thing is, she was there, Ben, I finished. You have to believe me.
Whoa,
Ben said. He blinked.
Of course I believe you.
You do? I was so surprised I put down the cup of coffee with a crack on the glass tabletop. Really?
Of course I do. I've never known you imagine anything.
Nielsen doesn't.
I can see why Nielsen doesn't want to believe you, Ben said. I mean, we all know that crime on cruise ships is a pretty murky area.
I nodded. I knew as well as he did, as well as any travel journalist did, the rumours that abounded about cruise ships. It's not that the owners are any more criminal than any other area of the travel industry. It's just that there's an inherent grey area surrounding crime committed at sea. The Aurora wasn't like some ships I'd written about, which were more like floating cities than boats, but it had the same contradictory legal status in international waters. Even in cases of well-documented disappearances, things get brushed under the carpet. Without a clear police jurisdiction to take control, the investigation is too often left to the onboard security services, who are employed by the cruise liner and can't afford to ruffle feathers, even if they wanted to. I rubbed my arms, feeling suddenly cold in spite of the fuggy warmth of the cabin. I'd gone to Ben to bawl him out, with the aim of making myself feel better. The last thing I expected was him to back up my unease. The thing that worries me most, I said slowly, then stopped.
What?
Ben prompted. She lent me a mascara. That was how I met her. I didn't know the cabin was empty, and I banged on the door to ask if I could borrow one.
Right.
Ben took another gulp of coffee. His face over the top of the cup was puzzled, clearly not seeing where this was leading.
And?
And it's gone.
What? The mascara? What do you mean, gone?
It's gone. It was taken out of my cabin while I was with Nielsen. Everything else I could almost write off, but if there's nothing going on, why take the mascara? It was the only concrete thing I had to show that there was someone in that cabin, and now it's gone. Ben got up and went to the veranda, pulling the gauze curtains shut, although it seemed an odd, unnecessary gesture. I had the strange, fleeting impression that he didn't want to face me and was thinking about what to say. Then he turned and sat back down on the end of the bed, his expression pure business-like determination.
Who else knew about it?
About the mascara? It was a good question, and one, I realised with a touch of chagrin, that I had not thought to ask myself. I guess no one, apart from Nielsen. It was not a reassuring thought. We looked at each other for a long time, Ben's eyes reflecting the uncomfortable questions that were suddenly churning inside me. But he was with me, I said at last, when it was taken.
The whole time?
Well, more or less. No, wait, there was a gap. I ate breakfast, and I spoke to Tina.
So he could have taken it?
Yes, I said slowly. He could. Had he been the one in my cabin? Was that how he had known about my medication, and the advice not to mix it with alcohol?
Look,
Ben said at last.
I think you should go and see Richard Bulmer.
Lord Bulmer?
Yes. Like I said, I played poker with him last night, and he seems like a decent bloke. And there's no sense in messing around with Nielsen. Bulmer is where the buck stops. My dad always used to say, if you've got a complaint, go straight to the top.
This is hardly a customer services issue, Ben.
Regardless. But this Nielsen guy, it doesn't look good for him, does it? And if there's anyone on this boat who can hold Nielsen accountable, it's Bulmer.
But will he? Hold him accountable, I mean. He's got as much motive as Nielsen for hushing this up. More, in fact. Like you say, this has got the potential to play out very badly for him, Ben. If this gets out, the Aurora's future will be very shaky. Who the hell wants to pay tens of thousands of pounds for a luxury trip on a boat where a girl died?
I bet there's a niche market,
Ben said with a slightly twisted smile. I shuddered.
Look, it can't hurt to go and see him, he persisted. At least we know where he was all last night, which is more than we can say for Nielsen.
You're sure none of the people you were with left the cabin?
Absolutely sure. We were in the Jensen suite, there's only one door, and I was sat facing it all night. People got up and went to the loo and stuff, but they all used the bathroom in the cabin suite. Chloe sat and read for a while and then went into the bedroom next door. There's no exit from that except through the main room of the suite. No one left until 4 at the earliest. You can rule out all 4 men plus Chloe.
I frowned, ticking off passengers on my fingers. So that's you, Bulmer, Archer, Lars and Chloe, which leaves Cole, Tina, Alexander, Owen White and Lady Bulmer, plus the staff.
Lady Bulmer?
Ben raised an eyebrow.
I think that's stretching it.
What? I said defensively. Maybe she's not as ill as she looks.
Yep, that's right. She's faked 4 years of recurrent cancer and grueling chemo and radiotherapy just to provide an alibi for the murder of a strange girl.
There's no need to be sarcastic. I was just making the point.
I think the passengers are a red herring, though, Ben said. You can't get away from the fact that you and Nielsen were the only people who knew about that mascara. If he didn't take it, he must have told the person who did.
Well, I said, and then stopped. An uneasy feeling, not unlike guilt, was trickling down the back of my neck.
What?
I was trying to think. When Nilsson took me round the staff, I can't absolutely remember. I could have mentioned it.
Jesus, Lo,
Ben said. He stared at me.
Did you or didn't you? It kind of matters.
I know that, I said peevishly. The boat heaved up and down a wave, and the feeling of nausea swept over me again, the half-digested pancakes shifting uneasily in my gut. I tried to think back to the conversations below decks, but it was hard to remember. I'd been so hungover, so distracted by the claustrophobic artificial light of those narrow windowless cabins. I shut my eyes, feeling the sofa lurch and tilt beneath me, and tried to think back to the staff canteen, the pleasant, scrubbed faces of the girls tipped up towards me. What the hell had I said? I can't remember, I said at last. I really can't. But I could have mentioned it. I don't think I did, but I can't absolutely say that I didn't.
Bollocks. Well, that widens things out considerably.
I nodded soberly.
Look,
Ben said at last.
Maybe one of the other passengers saw something. Someone going in and out of the empty cabin, or whoever stole the mascara going into yours. Who's in the aft cabins?
I counted them out on my fingers. Well, there's me in 9, you in 8. Alexander is in, I think it might be 6.
Tina's in 5, Ben said thoughtfully. I saw her go in last night, which means Archer must be in 7. OK. Want to go and do some doorstepping?
All right, I said. For some reason, maybe it was the surge of anger or the feeling of being believed, or maybe just the effect of having a plan, I was feeling better already. But then I caught sight of the clock on Ben's laptop. Shit. I can't. Not now. I've got this bloody ladies' spa thing.
What time does it finish?
Ben asked. No idea. But I shouldn't think it will run over lunchtime. What are the men supposed to be doing? Ben stood up and flicked through a brochure on the desk.
Tour of the bridge. Nice and sexist. Blokes get technology, women get aromatherapy. Oh no, wait. There's a men's spa morning tomorrow. Maybe it's just to do with space.
He picked up a pad and pen from the dressing table.
I need to be going too, but let's see what we can dig up this morning, and then we can rendezvous back here after lunch and doorstep the remaining passengers. After that, we can take the whole lot to Bulmer. Maybe he can get the boat to divert, get the local police on board.
I nodded. Nilsson hadn't taken me seriously, but if we could find out something to corroborate my story, even just someone else who'd heard the splash, it would be a lot harder for Bulmer to ignore. I keep thinking about her, I blurted as we reached the door. Ben stopped, his hand on the latch.
What do you mean?
About the girl in Palmgren. What she must have felt when he went for her. Whether she was alive when she went over. I keep thinking what it must have been like. The shock of the cold water. The sight of the boat pulling away. Had she screamed as the waves closed over her? Had she tried to call out as the salt water flooded her lungs, her chest labouring as the cold bit harder and the oxygen leached from her blood, and she sank deeper and deeper, and her body, drifting through the cold, silent blackness of the deep ocean, white as bone, the fishes nibbling at her eyes, her hair floating in the current like a stream of dark smoke. All that I was thinking of too, though I didn't say it.
Don't,
Ben said.
Don't let your imagination run away with you, Lo.
I know what it's like, I said as he opened the door. Don't you see? I know what she must have felt like when someone came for her in the middle of the night. That's why I have to find out who did this to her. And because if I didn't find out, they might come for me next. Chapter 16. Chloe and Tina were waiting in the spa when I arrived. Tina was leaning over the counter, reading something on the laptop Eva had left open behind the desk, and Chloe was ensconced deep in a luxuriously upholstered vintage leather chair, playing on her phone. I was surprised to see that without her makeup on she looked completely different. The huge, smoky eyes and jutting cheekbones of last night somehow faded and flat by the light of day. She caught me looking at her in the mirror and grinned. "Wondering about the slap? Apparently I'm down for a facial, so I took it off. I told you, I'm quite the makeup artist." "Oh, I didn't—" I trailed off, feeling myself blush. "Contouring," Chloe said. She swung the chair around to face me and winked. "Honestly, it will change your life. I could turn you into anyone from Kim Kardashian to Natalie Portman with what I've got in my cabin." I was just about to make a joking reply when I caught a movement out of the corner of my eye and saw with a shock that one of the full-length mirrors behind the desk was moving, swinging inwards. Another door. Seriously, how many concealed entrances did this boat have? Tina's head jerked up from the laptop as Eva came through the gap, smiling politely. "Can I help you, Miss West?" she asked. "We keep our client lists and confidential information on that computer, so I'm afraid we don't allow guests to use it. If you wish to use a computer, Camilla Lidman will be delighted to arrange one for your cabin." Tina straightened awkwardly and turned the laptop to face the desk again. "Sorry, darling." She had the grace to look slightly shamefaced. I was just looking for the list of treatments." Since there was a full list in the press pack, it was a slightly lame excuse. "I would be delighted to give you a printout," Eva said. There was no hint of coolness in her tone, but she looked at Tina rather appraisingly. "We have the usual types of massage and therapies, facials, pedicures, and so on. The manicures and hair treatments take place in this room." She indicated the chair that Chloe was perching on. I was just wondering where the other treatments took place, as there was only one chair in the spa and no more room on the upper deck as far as I could make out. The hot tub and the sauna took up most of the rest of the space, when the deck door swung open and, somewhat to my surprise, Anne Bulmer came in. She looked a little better than last night, her skin less sallow, her face somehow slightly less drawn, but her dark eyes were circled with deep shadows, as though she hadn't slept. "I'm sorry," she said, breathlessly, trying to smile. "It takes me so long on the stairs at the moment." "Here!" Chloe stood up hastily and tried to edge out of the way into an unoccupied corner of the room. "Have my seat." "There's no need," Anne said. Chloe began to insist, but Eva cut across their polite exchange with a smile. "We're heading to the treatment rooms now in any case, ladies. Lady Bulmer, if you would like to take a seat here. Miss West, Miss Blacklock, and Miss Jensen, shall we make our way down?" Down? Before I could wonder what that meant, she opened the mirrored door behind the desk, a touch at the frame sent it swinging inwards, and we began to descend a set of narrow, dark stairs, one after the other. The contrast, after the light and air of the reception room, was extreme, and I found myself blinking, my eyes trying to get used to the low light. Small electric tea lights were placed in holders at intervals along the staircase, but the flickering yellow glow they cast merely intensified the darkness around them, and as the boat tilted over a big wave, I had a momentary wash of vertigo. Perhaps it was the staircase disappearing into darkness below us, or perhaps it was the realization that the lightest of touches from Chloe, who was directly behind me, would send me tumbling into Tina and Eva in front. If I broke my neck, there would be no way of knowing that I hadn't simply tripped in the dark. At last, after what seemed like an interminable descent, we stopped in a small lobby. There was the sound of water from a small fountain in a niche in the wall, the kind that trickles endlessly recycled water over a stone globe. The noise should have been soothing, and probably would have been on dry land, but the effect on a boat was somehow different. I began to think about leaks and emergency exits. Were we below the waterline here? There were no windows at all. My chest started to feel tight, and I clenched my fists. Don't panic. Do not, for God's sake, have a panic attack down here. 1, 2, 3... I realized that Eva was speaking and tried to concentrate on her words, not on the low ceiling and cramped, airless space. Perhaps when we got into the treatment rooms and were less crowded, it would be better.
3 treatment rooms down here, Eva was saying, plus the chair upstairs, so I have taken the liberty of selecting therapies that we can run concurrently.
Please, please, please let mine be an upstairs one. My fingernails were digging into my palms.
Miss West, I have you down for an aromatherapy session in room 1 with Hanny,
Eva said, consulting her list.
Miss Jensen, you are having a facial in 2 with Klaus. I hope you don't mind a male therapist. Miss Blacklock, I have booked you a mud wrap in room 3 with Ulla.
I felt my breath quicken.
What about Lady Bulmer? Chloe said, looking around. Where's she? She is having a manicure upstairs.
I spoke diffidently.
I don't suppose... Could I have a manicure upstairs, too?
I'm sorry, Eva said, and she did sound sorry.
But there's only 1 chair upstairs. I'd be delighted to book you in for a manicure this afternoon, after your wrap. Or is there another treatment you'd prefer? We can offer Reiki, Swedish massage, Thai massage, reflexology. We also have a flotation tank. If you've never tried one, they're incredibly soothing.
No, I said reflexively. Tina and Chloe turned their heads, and I realized suddenly how loudly I'd spoken, and consciously lowered my voice. No, thank you. Flotation's not really my thing. Just the thought of lying down here in a sealed plastic coffin full of water... No problem, Eva said with a smile.
Well, if you're all ready to begin, the treatment rooms are down the corridor. Each has their own ensuite shower. Robes and towels are provided.
I nodded, hardly hearing her instructions. And then, as she turned to go back upstairs, I followed Chloe and Tina down the corridor, hoping that my growing fear didn't show in my face. I could do this. I could not let my phobias get in the way of doing a good job.
Hi, Rowan. No, I didn't try the spa because it was 2 floors down and had no windows. Sorry.
No way. It would be better once we were out of this narrow corridor and in our own treatment rooms. I'd been hoping that the spa treatment time would give me a chance to talk to Tina, Anne, and Chloe and sound them out about their movements last night. But as Chloe disappeared into her treatment room, the door closing behind her, I realized that wasn't going to be the case. On the other side of the corridor, Tina had stopped at a door marked Treatment Room 1, and I waited for her to enter so I could pass on down the corridor, but she turned back to face me, her hand on the doorknob.
"Darling," she said awkwardly, I may have been a little abrupt when we last spoke."
For a moment I couldn't think what she was talking about, and then it came back, our encounter on the deck, her spitting fury at my questions. Why had she been so touchy about her movements last night?
"What can I say? Hungover, lack of cigs, but that was no excuse for snapping at you."
Her whole bearing and manner screamed a woman more used to demanding apologies than giving them. "It's fine," I said stiffly. "I completely understand. I'm not a morning person either. I honestly consider it forgotten." But I felt my face flush with the lie. Tina put her hand out and squeezed my arm, with what I assumed was meant to be a friendly gesture of farewell, but her rings were cold against my skin, and as the door swung shut behind her, I let the shudder I had been repressing roll over me. Then I took a deep breath and tapped at the door of treatment room 3. "Come in, Miss Blacklock," said a voice from inside. The door swung open, and Ulla was standing there smiling, wearing a white spa uniform. I stepped inside the little room, looking around me. It was small, but not as narrow as the corridor, and with only Ulla and myself, it felt considerably less crowded. I felt the tightness in my chest ease slightly. The room was lit with the same flickering electric candles as the stairwell, and there was a raised bed in the centre, covered with clear plastic film. A white sheet was folded at the foot. "Welcome to the spa, Miss Blacklock," Ulla said. "Today you will be experiencing a mud wrap. Have you had one before?" I shook my head mutely. "It is very pleasurable and very good for detoxing the skin. The first step, to please remove your clothes and lie upon the bed, covering with the sheet." "Should I keep my underwear on?" I said, trying to sound as if I went to spas every day. "No, the mud will stain," Ulla said firmly. My face must have expressed my feelings because she bent and took what looked like a piece of crumpled hand towel from a cupboard. "If you prefer, we provide disposable panties. Some of our guests use them, some do not. It is entirely how you feel comfortable. And now I will leave you to undress. The shower, if you wish it, is through here." She indicated a door to the left of the bed, and then backed out of the room with a smile, closing the door softly, and I began to strip off my clothes layer by layer, feeling more and more uncomfortable. I piled them on the chair along with my shoes, and then, when I was completely naked, I stepped into the flimsy paper knickers and climbed onto the bed, my bare skin sticking uncomfortably to the plastic, and pulled the white sheet up to my chin. Almost as soon as I'd done so, quickly enough to make me wonder queasily whether there was some kind of camera in the room, there was a soft knock on the door, and I heard Ulla's voice. "May I come in, Miss Blacklock?" "Yes," I said croakily, and she entered, holding a bowl of what looked like, and presumably was, warm mud. "If you would like to lie on your front," Ulla said softly, and I wriggled around. It was surprisingly difficult, with the sticky film clinging to my skin, and I felt the sheet slip, but Ulla deftly tweaked it back into place. She touched something to the side of the door, and the room was filled with soft whale sounds and the crash of waves. I had the unsettling image again of the weight of water just the other side of the thin metal hull. "Could you—" I said awkwardly, speaking into the bed. "Is there another track?" "Of course," Ulla said. She pressed something, and the music changed to Tibetan bells and wind chimes. "Is that better?" I nodded, and she said, "Now, if you're quite ready." The treatment was surprisingly soothing, once I had forced myself to relax a little. I even got used to the feeling of having a complete stranger massaging mud into my mostly naked body. Halfway through, I realized, with a jolt, that Ulla was speaking to me. "Sorry," I managed sleepily. "What did you say?" "If you could turn over," she murmured, and I turned onto my back, the mud slipping and sliding against the plastic. Ulla draped the sheet over my upper body once again and began to massage the front of my legs. She worked her way methodically up my body and at last smoothed the mud over my forehead, cheeks, and closed eyes before speaking again in her low, soothing voice. "I will wrap you up now, Miss Blacklock, to allow the mud to work, and I will return in about half an hour to help you unwrap and shower. If you need anything, there's a call button to your right." She pressed my hand to a button set into the side of the bed. "Is everything quite all right?" "Quite all right," I said drowsily. The warmth of the room and the soft chimes of the music were extraordinarily soporific. I was finding it hard to remember everything that had happened the night before. Harder to care. I just wanted to sleep. I felt the cling film close around me, and then something heavy and warm on top of that, a towel, I thought. Behind my closed lids, I was aware that the lights of the room had been dimmed. "I will be just outside," she said, and I heard the soft click of the door. I stopped fighting the tiredness and let the warmth and the darkness close over my head. I dreamt of the girl, drifting miles below us in the cold, sunless depths of the North Sea. I dreamt of her laughing eyes, white and bloated with salt water, of her soft skin, wrinkled and sloughing, of her t-shirt ripped by jagged rocks and disintegrating into rags. Only her long black hair remained, floating through the water like fronds of dark seaweed, tangling in shells and fishing nets, washing up on the shore in hanks like frayed rope where it lay limp, the roar of the crashing waves against the shingle filling my ears. I woke, uneasy and heavy with dread. It took me a while to remember where I was, and still longer to realize that the roar in my ears was not part of the dream, but real. I climbed off the bed, shivering slightly, and wondering how long I'd been lying here. The warm towel had cooled off, and the mud on my skin had dried and cracked. The noise sounded like it was coming from the ensuite shower room. My heart was thumping in my chest as I approached the closed door, but taking my courage in both hands, I turned the bathroom door handle and flung it open. A wave of hot steam engulfed me. I coughed as I fought my way across the misty bathroom to turn off the shower, getting half drenched in the process. Had Ulla come in and turned it on? But why hadn't she woken me? As the shower trickled and gurgled to a halt, I groped my way back to the door, my dripping hair plastered to my face, and felt for the light. I hit the switch, and light flooded the shower room, and that's when I saw it. Written across the steamy mirror, in letters maybe 6 inches high, were the words, "Stop digging." BBC News, Monday the 28th of September. Missing Briton Laura Blacklock, body found by Danish fishermen. Danish fishermen dredging in the North Sea off the coast of Norway have found the body of a woman. Scotland Yard has been called in to assist the Norwegian police investigation into the discovery of a body dredged up in the early hours of Monday morning by Danish fishermen, lending weight to speculation that the deceased may be missing British journalist Laura Blacklock, 32, who disappeared last week while holidaying in Norway. A spokesperson for Scotland Yard confirmed that they have been called in to help with the investigation, but declined to comment on possible links to Ms. Blacklock's disappearance. Norwegian police said that the body was that of a young Caucasian woman and that the process of confirming the woman's identity was underway. Laura Blacklock's partner, Judah Lewis, when telephoned at his home in North London, refused to comment, except to say that he is devastated by Laura's continued disappearance.